Happy Thursday, everyone. You know, it's a little bit of a potpourri Thursday. We're going to be discussing a bunch of great stuff here on Techstrong Gang. We've got open source business models, observability, what's going on at Broadcom, and even a little bit about how AI is affecting the job market. All that and more here on Techstrong Gang. Hey, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong Group, here in Boca Raton at our Techstrong headquarters studios for this Thursday edition of Techstrong Gang. The rest of the gang for today is remote. Let me quickly introduce them to you. First of all, joining us from all the way out in LA, our good friend Bob Resselman, fellow and gang member. Hey, Bob, welcome and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Just moving west to east, we'll next stop in San Angelo, Texas, where our editor Amanda Razzani resides. And Amanda, welcome.
Hello, happy to be here.
Thank you. And then making a rare appearance from his haunts up in New York, our Chief Content Officer, Mike Vizard. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good. All right, so let's dive into what we're doing today. I'm going to audible a little bit. I want to start off with an article that I came to my attention this morning out of the Inc. magazine, and it was basically a analysis that was done of job listings, not really gig listings, let's call them, on Upworks, right? Because the premise is that contracting jobs are much more sensitive to changes in job market before we see it in real, full-time positions. And so they looked at what jobs have been changing or what job listings have gone up or down with the rise of AI. And surprisingly, as you may or may not think, video editing, videographers have not really changed in terms of the amount of listing. Coding, both front-end, back-end, web coding, has not really changed in the amount of listing. So what has really changed? Well, sorry for all of our Techstrong writers out there, but it seems writing gigs are down by 33%. Now that's sizable. That's sizable. I'm going to throw it out to we've got three folks who write for us here. What do you guys think?
So my question is this just the canary in the coal mine, and everybody else will be seeing the same thing shortly? Because if I look back at these AI platforms, they're very text driven, and the easiest place to apply them is naturally writing. I think we're going to see more developers using these tools to write code. So I don't know if people are contracting development work anyway because they don't have developers on staff, but that's always been an issue in the development space because a lot of people prefer to hire developers as contractors, and maybe they're using the AI tools. In video, it's still early days, but I think that's all coming. We've all seen at least demos of things that people are working with. Atlassian is just today showing a tool that they came out with, which lets mere mortals edit videos before they send them out asynchronously to show somebody how something works. And that may reduce the need for videographers. Who knows? I just think the whole thing is constantly evolving. I'm not sure that a lot of the writing gigs that people were posting were high value writing gigs. So, we'll see where we go. Amanda, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I love Upwork. That is how y'all found me, is through Upwork. So, and it's a great platform. And I have to say, whereas I do love ChatGPT and other AI tools as tools, I feel that there's still a lot to be said from the human and creative element that you're just not going to get from AI. So I think there's a lot of writers, they're not going to be able to be mimicked or copied at this time by AI. Now, maybe down the road, yes, but I can still often tell the difference between something written by an individual and the AI. So I think there's a long road ahead before it could just totally replace the human element.
Bob, care to weigh in?
Oh, allow me to weigh in. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, we knew this was going to happen. As Amanda said, I think one thing that AI is not really good at yet is telling a bad joke, let alone telling a good joke, and that just goes back to voice. There's still, when you read an article by an experienced writer, you want the article to be engaging, okay, and so AI is still having a little problem with that. So the people that live in that area, which I do. I mean, I'm still getting writing work. I haven't had a problem. But again, I tell bad jokes, so people seem to want that. That hasn't worked. But again, I'm not surprised. Where it's really going to impact other than writers is I'm waiting for, because I live out here. I live 5 minutes from Sony Studios, is where it's going to start hitting, commercial television and commercial movies. And we saw that. I was watching Halo. Right. And if you look at Halo, there's only maybe, six people that are principals in that, and everything else is graphic generated content based on the video game. And we're going to start seeing more of that. And it's been happening with animation. So to wrap it up, I'm not surprised. Am I sad about it? Yeah. What are all the people that are, studying and becoming writers in college or technical writers going to be doing with their life? Well, there's still need for electricians. What can I say?
I would love to get some insight into what kind of writing gigs we're talking about. Because when I look at Upwork, there's a lot of these technical writing projects, where it's basically, here, take my documentation and turn it into something that can be considered a document that somebody would use for training or whatever. Frankly, AI might be better at that stuff. So we'll see.
Well,
yeah, I think it's better at dry content, like dry, totally informational content. Yeah. But anything above that, no.
If it's accurate. I've still had trouble. I've had trouble with AI accuracy. I still do a lot of coding, and I do put I tend to use other platforms other than ChatGPT, but I'll say, okay, show me how to do X, Y, Z. Show me how to use generics and TypeScript in this situation, and I get back an answer, and it looks good, and then you try it and you realize it doesn't work. So obviously, it didn't plagiarize the right code. So there's still that issue. You're still going to need that need for quality assurance, particularly in complex technical writing. Like, would I really want AI writing the technical documentation for doing micro heart surgery? I'm wondering about that.
All right, Alan, you started this mess.
Yeah, no, I was interested to, because there's some self-dealing here, right? We all have an interest in this. Look, Mike, I don't think you're wrong. I think writers are not the tip of the spear. They're at the tip of the spear of this AI functionality, because it is probably the easiest thing to do is just say, hey, write me an article, or write me this, or write that, or rewrite this, or edit that. I don't think things like video editing and so forth are far behind, or image editing. And quite frankly, I don't think coding is that far behind that either. These are going to be just one domino after the next falling. I will tell you, yes, sometimes you could, more than sometimes, oftentimes you could definitely tell if something was written with AI or has AI fingerprints on it. That doesn't necessarily make it better or worse than a human written one. I've used it to write emails and other things where it does a much better job than I would have. But anyone who sits there, and we've had this discussion, that's why I brought it up. We've had this discussion on Techstrong Gang. We're going to 10X everyone. It's not going to cost anyone their jobs. Yes, there are going to be some jobs that are lost to AI. I think we've got to face that. And whether they're in writing or video editing or coding or lawyers or doctors or whatever, that's the fact. But overall, it's still, I say, going to create more jobs than it takes. And I guess we'll leave it at that. What do you think?
There you go. All right, let's move on to the first official block of the show.
Sure.
So we have an article on DevOps.com talking about what's going on in the open source world with all these business models that are shifting around as companies try to figure out how to make some money. And Alan, I know you've been tracking this space. So what's your perspective on what's going on here and what should people be
I've been tracking the open source world for 20 something years. I've been involved in it for a very long time, especially open source security. The issue is the open source model. For many, many years, all we ever heard was the only company that really did well in open source was Red Hat. Well, then the whole cloud native movement came along and the foundational era of open source, and we started seeing a lot of companies, with what were considered successful business models, MuleSoft, for instance. We can name more. But I think what's gone on here is funded in an era of free money, low interest rates, and all. You can get away with a certain amount. But when the going gets tough and the bean counters get involved, a business model that says 98% of the people who use your software aren't going to pay you for it is a tough pill to swallow. It's a tough tough road to hoe. And so I think several companies, as laid out in this article on DevOps.com, including HashiCorp and even Red Hat, the open source, darling itself, have realized that, okay, we're going to still let people get their hands on software, but we're going to have to keep some of the goods behind a paywall. And I call it a paywall because that's what it is, right? You're going to have to be a commercial customer to get some of the functionality, some of the access that you may want. And it may be that, look, not everyone wants that functionality. Maybe only 20% do or 15%. But that's still a hell of a lot better than the 3 or 4% in the average kind of open source business model who wind up paying for software. I think we're going to see more and more of this.
Bob, will people go elsewhere or will they pay for the fee?
I don't know. I mean, again, the question is who is open source meaningful to, right? And so when you look at something like, Red Hat or something like Kubernetes is terribly complex, right? So somebody off the street, are they really going to fork Kubernetes and create a better Kubernetes? That's a hard one. So it really is, where's the impact going to be? Where's the impact going to be? Is it going to slow down overall innovation? That's going to be an interesting take. Will the product life cycles start getting longer again? Will we be, instead of taking 6 months to release a major piece of software, is it now going to go back to taking 2 years because of all the corporate administrivia that goes with it? Is it not bad PR is not the right word, but is it the end of an era? Might be. It might be, but as Alan says, people got to make a buck. Yeah. People got to make a buck, and there's only so many graduates, postdoctoral students out there that have the time to actually create, complex software and put it out there for free.
That's it. You just hit it on the head, Bob. When you have companies producing open source software as a business model, you can't take the business out of the model.
Right.
If it's a school project or a postgraduate's degree and a labor of love, that's another story. But Mike, to your point, I don't think people are going to say, well, now that they're charging me, I'm going to go look for something else. There is nothing else. They're going to pay if they need that functionality, right? Mm-hmm. Very few people are capable of saying, screw that, I'll take the open core, open source, fork it, modify it, build off of it. They don't. Most people use open source the same way they use, commercial software, which is they take the wrapper off and go.
This whole conversation is playing out in the AI space, Amanda. So, what are you saying?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think it comes down to any resource that you're initially offered for free. If it is valuable enough, like Bob said, you're going to be willing to pay for it. So we can see that example simply with OpenAI and ChatGPT. It was free. Everybody loves it. Everybody's willing to pay for it, including myself. And I think that's the way it's going to go because it costs money to keep these projects going, a lot of money. And so I think you're going to see less and less open, of the open stuff because, they need to make an income.
Yeah, but I think the price point might drop because there are open LLMs for just about every function you can think of these days, and ISVs are just going to drop those things in their applications, and they'll probably charge something for that privilege. But I don't think it's going to be, 20 to 40 bucks a month to Microsoft for every user kind of thing.
We'll see. I
Right,
don't.
it'll be interesting to see how the VCs take this. I mean, right now, if you go to you say, okay, I have a great new database, and I have a great new idea for a database, and I need 40 million to start, and you go to the VCs, and the VC says, okay, great new idea for a database, 40 million to start. How are you going to distribute it? Well, I'm going to open source it. Okay, and I'm going to build a community around it. And then the VC says, no, you're not. Right, then that becomes an interesting dynamic. Right now, there's a lot of VCs that'll still buy into it, but how many are going to stop and say no? We only support private code now. That'll be interesting to watch.
All right, Alan, last word on this particular subject?
You know what? I think I said my last word, but you can't take the business out of the business model anymore. To Bob's point about the end of an era, look, I called it the foundational era of open source, where you had the Linux Foundation and CNCF and all of these not-for-profits that were shepherding these projects. And oftentimes there was a bevy of commercial companies that were, profiting by letting the Linux Foundation deal with the cost and the complexity of maintaining an open source project. I'm not saying that's not viable. It is viable still. But, for the business to stay in it, there's got to be profit. And the model right beforehand was just too razor thin. So I think that's the world we're going to, and so be it.
All right, folks,
Good.
We're going to come back in a minute. I would just point out one last thing on this subject. 80% of the software we're using today is got open source components in it from somewhere. So if we have to start paying for all that, the price of software is going to go through the roof. All right, we'll be back in a minute.
All right.
All right, folks, we're back and we're talking about observability, which in a lot of cases is starting to feel like too much of a good thing. The issue is that as we start to apply these observability platforms to collect everything from traces and metrics and logs, that we're storing a massive amount of information. And all these modern cloud native applications have microservices, and each one kicks off a boatload of data that you're supposed to collect. The issue is organizations are not collecting all that data because it's too costly to store it all. So they are collecting it, shall we say, intermittently. In other words, basically too expensive to analyze the data. So they stop collecting the data, which kind of defeats the purpose of observability. We're seeing everybody from Sumo Logic to startups like Observe change their licensing terms for storage to kind of address this issue. But Alan, I'd love to get your take on what you think is going on here, but it seems like we've reached a point where observability is being held back simply around cost issues.
You know what? A rose by any other color would smell as sweet or cost as much. This is something that is plagued, you want to call it log collection, data collection. I mean, it was, Splunk, for as great a business as Splunk was, there was a whole ecosystem of players underneath Splunk who would collect and store the data cheaper than Splunk could or would. The problem with, as observability has given us the ability to observe more, right? To gather more data, to make more analysis and more observations, the more part of it costs more money. And, you know, it's interesting. I've seen some companies, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, some of the startups that actually do observability in a more efficient way. They look at the data as it's being collected, take what they think, you know, what their algorithms tell them is necessary, and purge the rest, so that you wind up only having to analyze, store a tenth of everything. But there are some people who just do want to store everything because they may need it for forensics or whatever, you know, further down the road. But fundamentally, observability is a big data play. You can't do observability without it. And big data costs money. You know, there's been this kind of Moore's law where storage of data, the cost of storing data has gotten cheaper and cheaper and cheaper depending on what kind of, you know, recall and how fast it is and all of that. But as that has come, it hasn't kept pace with the amount of data that we want to store, right? We want to store everything. And so there's been a data explosion. And so at some point, I think people are going to have to make some choices about what they want to store, what they want to observe, and how long they want to keep data.
Bob, we've been talking about monitoring forever and a day, and arguably observability has always been a core tenet of DevOps. But in your mind, do you make a distinction between observability and monitoring and what people have been doing historically as a developer? And what are you looking for?
What am I looking for? I'm looking for data that makes sense. Okay. And, you know, the joke, when I got this topic yesterday, I was looking, I was saying, well, you know, what could I say about this? Well, you know, data everywhere, but you nary a log entry that makes sense. So going back to what Alan says, we know we have to look at stuff coming in, and is this meaningful to me, and should I store it? And another part of me is saying, you know, cheapers. You know, I bought my first hard drive back in 1980, and I paid $200 for something like 20 megabytes. And now I can run down to Best Buy and buy a terabyte for $100. I mean, give me a break. Oh, tell me your tale of woe of storing a terabyte of data too much. I mean, come on. Really?
But Bob, it's all relative, right? Yeah. Because back then, 20 megabits of data, look, you can install your OS, your applications, and still have a bunch left over to store your data. Today, I personally go through a terabyte, well, not quite a terabyte, but I go through a couple of 100 gigs just want my own personal photos and videos and stuff like that, right? There is this inexplicable law, you know, like how gas will fill the volume of its container.
Yeah.
Give us a container for data and we'll fill it.
Right.
You know?
It's the growing desktop, you know, the chunk on your desktop is proportional to the size of your desktop. However, there's not a lot of people logging video that I know about. Right. There's not a lot of people logging audio that I know about, but I could be wrong. So we're still back to fundamental data structures.
Yep.
Right. And so, right. And so I'm back to, Crimea. I'm back to my Crimea River argument.
They estimate that 40% of all storage on the internet shortly will be medical data, things like MRI films. And so forth. And that does cost money. But let's take it back to observability, though, because observability is not, let's call it general purpose data storage. Observability it's usually log files, right? And those kinds of things.
Right.
You know, it's been, it was always, if you ever speak to people like Splunk customers, this was always a thing, right? How the cost for Splunk was directly proportional to how much data you had it analyze.
All right. So now you've come to the little theme for the show. Are the business models of these companies fundamentally flawed because they're all following the Splunk model where, basically we're going to charge for storage and data and this will be great. We'll get them coming and going and it'll be fabulous. And people started rebelling against the Splunk model, especially in the cloud era. I think a lot of these companies just got to find a different business model that doesn't include storage or buries the cost of storage somewhere in a way that I don't see it or feel it.
I think I said it right in the beginning. I've seen companies there's this whole ecosystem of companies that are looking at doing observability in real time without having to store and then analyze the data later. I think ultimately what it's going to come down to is we're going to see the stratification of data. Some log data is going to be very important, and I'm going to want that close by in a very fast data. Other stuff I'm going to archive, and I may never use it for a year or two, and then after 2 years I'll purge it. Other stuff I'm going to analyze in real time and it'll never make it to the other side of where I store the data and analyze it again later. I'll just have or do we come up with lossless or lossy compression of data, where we have the shadow of the data but not the actual full data. I think all of these things will, the market is the mother of invention here. So you're going to have all of these kinds of options depending on how important certain data is toward you, for you in your business model.
I think as AI is implemented with these automation tools, we will have more and more of that ability to filter through that data and then have less data that has to be stored. And as it, just like with any technology, the cost will go down over time.
I'm not sure I agree with this. And here's my cynicism about that particular conversation, because I've heard it before. And yet we need all this data to train the AI models that we're going to apply to observability. So I'm going to get charged for the data that I'm going to use to let you store to train your AI model that you're going to bill me for on the back end so I can be better at my gig. I think the cost of the data should be wrapped up into the cost of the AI model usage, and don't nickel and dime me to death, is what I keep coming back to about these things. I'm kind of agreeing with Bob here. I feel like these guys are just nickel and diming everybody, and they're trying to pick your pocket going in and out the door.
Yeah,
Fair
and
enough.
also there's, pay me now, pay me later. Okay, you're going to save on storage costs, but all that data analysis is compute cost.
Yeah.
So that's not going to go away, right? And it's actually, there's a good argument to be made that the compute cost might actually outweigh the storage costs. We don't know. We have to do some measurement. But I was watching the movie BlackBerry the other day, and they were talking about the demise of BlackBerry, and they said, well, and why? The guy goes to AT&T and says, why won't you support us anymore? He said, well, the problem with a minute is it's only a minute. We no longer want to sell time. We want to sell data rate.
Yep.
Right. And so that's what are we selling here? That becomes interesting. If I'm selling storage, I'm selling storage, right? Okay, then I'm selling
But if
storage.
I'm selling analysis, it's analysis, right? And that's
Right.
compute. You're right.
Yeah, if I'm selling, yep.
You're 100% right. It's going to be interesting. Hey, let's take a break here on Techstrong Gang. We'll be back with our next block in a moment.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, we're back here on the gang, and let's move into our next block. Look, there were a lot of people who were scratching their head when Broadcom, one of the premier, got into the software game, right? They bought CA, was a big prize for a couple $1 billion. I think it was $6 billion, $4 billion, something. They bought CA. Since then, though, they've bought a bunch of other software plays. VMware, obviously, being the big one there, that they've recently digested, ingested, and now, what's the right word? I'm trying to think of a word that's a little politically correct, but they finished digesting it, and this is what happens after you digest your food. But anyway, they've also bought quite a few security companies, right? Carbon Black, Symantec, and then there was DevSecOps and other security functionality in sundry places throughout these acquisitions. Sometimes, Hawk and gang at Broadcom have been very sharp in cutting these businesses, reorganizing them, selling the ones that don't make sense. I don't always see the rhyme or reason to it, I'll admit that to you. However, he's a lot richer than I am, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt as well as the folks at Broadcom. Most recently now, they have announced, and this is an article over in Security Boulevard, that they're merging the existing remaining Carbon Black business with I guess it was the half of the Symantec business that they bought to create a security unit. And of course, given Broadcom's MO lately, people are wondering, is this foreshadow then packaging this up for a sale? Because maybe they don't want to be in that security unit, in that security business. I don't know. It sounds pretty logical to me. Gang guys, gang members, what do you think?
I'm going to assume that they are as smart as you're describing, and I think they know full well the implications of the moves that they're making, and they must have modeled that out, because I don't think they're just, I hope not, at least randomly just doing stuff that looks good on paper. But there's a lot of turmoil out there now. I mean, there's a lot of customers of Carbon Black that want to know if they're essentially being abandoned and where they might wind up down the road. There's a lot of unhappy VMware customers that don't like the new licensing terms, because everything now is a subscription, and there's no perpetual license on premise. And as we both know, most of that VMware stuff is still running on premise, and that gets people thinking about what are their options at the very least. I'm not sure who's benefiting ultimately from this, but I would look at the latest Nutanix financial results are pretty startling, where they're up like 40% for the quarter. Some of that is driven clearly by VMware angst. I think a lot of workloads might move to the cloud on other platforms. So you might see Microsoft, AWS, and Google benefit, because a lot of people will accelerate a transition that they were kind of thinking about longer term. But from the conversations you have with everybody is sitting around on their hands going, I don't know what to do. So they start hedging bets left, right, and center. And I think we've seen this before, Bob, but it's at a level of unprecedented scale, shall we say, because it seems like everybody's involved in it all at once.
Well, maybe. Maybe. One of the things I did find encouraging about your analysis of the acquisitions is that there's a lot of language in there that we're going to put money in. Okay, we're going to put R&D money in, and we're going to develop this product line. Those are words. I mean, show me the checkbook. So my anxiety around any of this type of activities is leverage buyout, right? Where we just buy the company and dissect it up, or we buy VMware and we just start chopping VMware up and selling it off. That's not what I'm seeing. That's not what I'm supposing is going to happen here. So that's actually good news in a way, that it's just not a grab. Consolidation. Yeah, I mean, consolidation's been going on. It's beyond me. I couldn't, if you were to say, Bob, we want to hire you to go out and buy two security companies, Symantec and Carbon Black, and put them together in a compatible, profitable way. How would you do that? I have no idea. That's just a very complex undertaking that I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't even, and so I guess above my pay grade a little. I'd be interested to know what has to happen in order to make that work, and why somebody would contemplate that, and operationally what that means on the ground. If I'm an engineer, that'd be interesting to me.
Here's the part that always leaves me scratching my head about VMware in general. I got to remember all the people who have owned VMware over the years, but the amount of time that it's been an independent company is small in comparison to the fact that it's been owned now by Broadcom. Then it was Dell before that, and it was EMC before that. And it never seems to be able to stand alone on its own 2 feet for whatever reasons that baffle me. And I don't know if that's because the business model is flawed. See, we're back to that term again. or if there's something else that goes on inherently with VMware and hypervisors that just never allow them to kind of get to the level of scale where they could successfully compete as a standalone company. Alan, I know you've been watching this space. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's two issues here we're discussing. The article is about security. You're talking about VMware. VMware has always been a redheaded stepchild, right? It was bastardized out of EMC. EMC got bought by Dell. It became part of Dell. Then they spun out, and Dell took it back, and then they spun out. And it's had that. It's had that, though, because for a little side project, it became a damn big thing. It almost single-handedly helped usher in the cloud era. And the technology was always really good, right? Unfortunately, I think it was hamstrung more by business leaderships and stuff like that, and that it was always somehow attached to EMC and then to Dell. I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, quite frankly, we've discussed this on the gang. I think Dell accounts for 40% of EMC of VMware sales still, right? Because Dell sells it as their big channel. So, and I think Broadcom recognizes that without Dell as the channel there, what have they got? The same thing here for security, right? When we talk about Symantec, this isn't big yellow John Thompson security from 15, 20 years ago. That what they bought was it I forget now, was it the consumer brand or the business Symantec business? And it wasn't the digital certificates, it was a sliver of the Symantec business. Carbon Black, look, Carbon Black really helped in terms of backup and stuff like that. But, and in that regard, they're a security company, but, they didn't have the Symantec name within security. I do think that, given Broadcom's past experience and practice, they're packaging this up. They'll sell it to a PE or something, right? Who will come in here, and there's probably, the one thing, security is hot as always, but the one thing about this kind of security businesses is they throw off good cash. And so someone will buy it for the cash flow, right? This isn't about protecting critical infrastructure or something like that. This is a cash flow play. And there'll be someone to buy it off. And that helps them pay down, I guess, some of the debt they incurred in buying VMware for however many billions of dollars it was.
It was multiple times the revenue, so I don't think they'll pay that off on the current revenue stream.
No, and not from Symantec and Carbon Black, but every bit helps.
All right, Amanda, let me get your take on this because, we three old timers are talking about this, and I've been following VMware forever. But as you listen to all these financial manipulations, would it inspire you with confidence if you were sitting there thinking about what platforms you were going to be using and who you might want to partner with?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, we've seen so many different company shifts and plays. I'm not going to say I can predict what's going to happen. So I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen?
All right. Well, I think that was the wisest thing you said in this little segment here.
Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is, and Alan, you can close it out, but in my opinion, these consolidations are, they're part of the game that you're in the IT sector, and everybody that you do business with can be bought by somebody else. And even companies that you would think that are completely untouchable suddenly wind up getting acquired one morning, and you're like, holy crap, what are we supposed to do? So it's part of the drama. Alan?
Absolutely. And let me just say this. This merging with Carbon Black and Symantec and potentially selling it, it's not the last we're going to see of sell-offs at Broadcom. I think there will be huge swaths of the VMware business that are going to be sold off, possibly even Tanzu, right?
So then, are you saying then they're not their promise, but their mention that they're going to invest in R&D is just a ruse?
I think they will invest in R&D in as much as it makes that business more valuable. Right. My question, Bob, is not whether they'll invest in R&D, but is it a long-term investment? I don't think, they're planning on owning Carbon Black and Symantec 2 years from now.
So create a new company
18
called
months.
Cement Black. Right?
Yeah.
Cement Black and
Or
sell it off.
Carbon Tech.
All right,
I'm not
Carbon
saying-
Tech.
I'm not saying this is going on here, but I have seen it in the past where there's some funny accounting that goes into R&D dollars. So if I invest $1 and it gets used by 6 different product companies or 6 different groups within that company, it gets counted as $6. So
Who knows? You know what? As I said in the beginning, they're smarter than we are. Let's see how it plays out, but it bears watching. Hey, that's going to, I think, call it a wrap on today's Techstrong Gang. Bob, I thank you for getting up in the dark wee hours of the LA morning and joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on. Mike, I know you're on the road. You and I will be in Paris next week for KubeCon and doing a lot, did I say a lot of Linux Foundation CNCF interviews as they're sponsoring the Techstrong TV program there, so it's going to be great. Amanda, you'll be holding the fort down while we are all out. So do what you got to do, and we'll see you soon. I hope you've enjoyed this Techstrong Gang episode. Don't worry with Mike and myself and even Mitchell traveling. Next week, Amanda and Sharon Florentine and the rest of the gang here will be holding down the fort. We'll have Techstrong Gang episodes for you, as we always do, every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Until then, though, this is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong. We're out.
Cloud Native Now is the web's leading resource for the growing cloud native ecosystem. CloudNativeNow.com is your destination for news, thought leadership, features, and webinars on cloud native architecture, Kubernetes, serverless, cloud native application development, microservices, service mesh, cloud native security, and more. Stay on the cutting edge of modern application development at Cloud Native Now.
Well, hey everyone, I hope you enjoyed the Techstrong Gang episode today. It was a good one. It's always great to have Bob Resselman join us from out in LA. Lots of interesting stuff going on there. We've got a lot of interesting stuff on the rest of Techstrong TV today. First up, I want to introduce you to a new player in the API security API security marketplace. The name of the company is called Pint, and I had a chance to sit down with their CEO, co-founder, Zvika Schneider. Zvika is a tech fellow who's been around the block there, the Israeli tech scene. And Zvika tells us kind of why they started the company, how it came about, and then we delved into, they built a nice open source community of using the product, the software, and from anonymizing that data and looking at the top 10 API vulnerabilities based on real traffic, they're comparing that with the OWASP top 10 API security vulnerabilities. It's interesting to see what's common and not. But it's a company you should pay attention to. It's PYNT, Pint. And this is my interview with Zvika Schneider.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. I've got it's a new company for our audience to introduce you to. Their name is Pint, and I'm really happy to be talking with their CEO and co-founder, Zvika Schneider. Zvika, welcome to Techstrong TV. How are you?
I'm good, Alan. Thank you for having me today. I'm really excited, to talk to you and tell you all about our journey in Pint and what's the future for us.
Absolutely. You know what, Zvika, before we get to Pint, let's talk about Zvika a little bit. Tell us your story.
Yeah, so maybe I'll shortly introduce myself. So my name is Zvika Schneider. I'm 37. I have 2 kids. And I'm being involved with cybersecurity and engineering since I remember myself. I'm really in the young age. Been doing more professional, I would say, engineering cybersecurity since I was 18. I had a really long service in the intelligence force in the IDF in Israel. I was involved in a few very interesting startups. And in my last role before starting Pint, I was heading the cybersecurity division at Harman. And we were responsible for both. I was responsible for both product security, making sure that Harman products are being released in a secured way, as well as the security products, so building products for Harman in the automotive security space. So with that, with few good, good friends from that journey, we decided to start Pint with a mission, actually, to solve the gap between the security products and product security, and making sure we're solving all the problems, in cybersecurity where it actually starts in the coding level, in the development phase. So I would say this is kind of, summarize about myself and the way we got to Pint. When we started Pint, by the way, we're not that new, but it's not very old, right? We are 2 years old. Yeah.
2 years ago. So, I've interviewed many entrepreneurs, startup CEOs, co-founders, founders. Everyone thinks that, at least in some small way, some people think in a big way, but at least in some small way, what they're doing is going to have a very positive impact on the world in some way. Maybe it's the developers, maybe it's the cyber world, or something else. With you and your fellow co-founders, well, you mentioned kind of what was driving it a little bit, but in what way did you think it's important, right? It's something that's important.
Yeah, so some things are important to the world, I would say, climate and saving the trees. But again, our economic and our world running our environment. But I think the modern world run on software, and for us, really making sure that software is secured for day one as you develop. That was our task. But we want to do it differently. We wanted to do it big. Everybody talks about. Let's have some cybersecurity products and shift them left into development processes, DLC. But we did something different. What we did is we developed the most advanced cybersecurity solution in the world of API security. By the way, we skipped it a bit, but Pint is focused on API security. We're an API security company. In our vision, we wanted to have a very advanced cybersecurity solution on the one hand. On the other hand, making it accessible when it actually starts to the people that actually don't have intent to cybersecurity, but they really what matters because the issue and the fix starts and ends with them, which is more the the developers, the DevOps, the QA. So we had the thesis. So we actually really developed that product and did kind of a PLG community motion. And I can say that to date, we have more than thousands of users that almost near to 100 countries. It means that what we're solving is indeed a global problem, right? We know we have all the understanding of what are the issues with different companies all over the world. So if you're talking about making an impact and saving the world, I say we're really focused on a global problem. And the problem is that, after having that layer of the physical things, like as you mentioned, saving the earth and trees, above that, we have the world running the other layer running on software, right? So our mission was to really solve that from day one. And because of our experience, by the way, that we had together as a team at Harman, really being that we talked about that, solving the gap between developers and security teams. So we were in the middle, we were that gap. So from that, we really, started the journey of let's put a product that solving a very advanced security issue, which is API security. And everybody talks about API security because APIs are everywhere. And we're not in that pitch. Like, luckily enough, I don't need to convince anyone regarding the problem space and APIs. Everybody knows the world run on software, and software are being exposed by APIs today. And it's only growing. So we combined, that mission as well with our technology expertise. And our technology expertise is based on attacks for validation. Okay, so what we're doing proactive security. We're attacking the APIs and in the development process already, making sure and then, handing the developer the actual fixes, and then making sure you deliver secure applications to production, but not on some theoretical scans or theoretical checks, whether if the stars will be in a certain order, this and that can happen. We're actually doing the attacks and finding if your app is exploitable. And I think that's really what allowed us to gain a lot of traction and get to gain a lot of product maturity, and to really, improve that game. So if I need, like, if I can, summarize the question. So I think that we wanted to do like a shift left security, but taking another challenge. The challenge is doing, attack based, and also make it accessible to developers, QA, DevOps, where it actually matters. Because in the end, the whole chase between security and developers, and this is the new challenge for a lot of cybersecurity companies. Everybody
Absolutely.
solve the gap between developers and security owners. And we'll talk about it.
So API security is something we've been talking about, following here at Techstrong Security Boulevard, DevOps.com for years, right? For a couple of years. There's been some companies who, kind of pioneered the space.
Mm-hmm.
No-name security, salt security, traceable AI. And I will tell you, when they first came on here and we spoke, API security was not a well-known, like, people got that everything was talking via APIs. But recently we've seen data, I think it was Cloudflare came out with a survey, something like 50%, maybe more than 50% of all the internet data today is really APIs.
82%, yeah. 82% according to Akamai.
Is Akamai, right? Well, Cloudflare was a little less. Was API related, right? Communication, API to API. And so this really became an issue. And then, of course, the OWASP came out with their top 10 API vulnerabilities, right? Like, they didn't have enough, they didn't change the old vulnerabilities enough, but that's another story. So that really kind of brought it, I think that did a lot to bring it to people's attention, saying, hey, wait a second, this is a potential really big problem here, right? This is a really big surface, so to speak, attack surface that we need to control. So, all of a sudden now everybody gets serious about it. And where these APIs are being configured and built in is, you're right, it's part of that software pipeline, right? It's part of that development cycle.
Yeah. So
how is what Pint is doing different, though? How is what Pint is doing better?
So let me address it, one by one. First, we talked about, the rise of not just APIs, API security, but I think it's kind of, tied to each other, like, because everybody talks about AI for a while, right? Like, and not a year, not two, not a 5, not 6 years about AI, right? But you see the booming happening right now with those enabler of LLMs, etc. So if you're looking on APIs, so they were always there, at least, at the beginning, but some things happen, whether if it's on the business side, regulations and tech stack, that made API be, most of the internet. And it starts with even the technical part. Everybody moved from monolith coding and software to microservices, and microservices are API based. Talk to each other by API based, whether it's internal or external. The second thing, there are a lot of tied to regulation right now, like, with fintech, with open banking, PSD2, with FHIR for healthcare, that really regulates API and the way you need to expose APIs. So that also, brought API to be much more popular. And I think the most important thing here as well, that the cloud adoption got increased highly, even if you compare before COVID, after COVID. So now everybody's in the cloud. Everybody want to write software. You have a lot of developers in the world. Like, you have a lot of code. You have a lot of tools that are doing like no code, those low code,
no code. Yeah,
and then create APIs, and it's like, just imagine your app, your organization as a house, and the API are the doors, right? So now we have ability to add a lot of doors, to add a lot of windows all the time. For us, like, I don't need in the software world, like, I don't want to go from the main door to the bedroom if I can go straight to get a new door to the bathroom. So I think all of that all together, really the result is that our API are everywhere. So now for the second part of your question, and there are companies and good companies that are doing security. The company you mentioned, there are good companies. I think that what we different for that specific companies that we're doing something completely different. They are focused on runtime production after the fact, mostly for discovery, what asset I have in runtime production. And if someone tried to do something to my API in production in runtime, and then if something happens, so we need a medicine, we need to, fix it. We are more going on the side of the vaccine, I would say. We already in the development process, make sure you deliver secured APIs. So already, also the approach is a bit different, passive in runtime production versus our approach, which is, active. We're trying to attack, trying to find real threats. And I don't say it's better. I think it's in a way complementary. Yeah. There are good companies, good founders. I know them. I think that the approach is different. The approach is very different, and I strongly believe, our approach is the approach that an organization need to start with. Before you're working on medicine, just make sure you don't have that problem. And one of the challenges to do it, this is why you have a lot of cloud providers and vendors in production and in security, because people kind of gave up on how we're going to fix the problem as we develop, because no one wants to delay the development process. Okay, the most important thing in any organization, let's get it straight. It's not security. Security should be an enabler. It's not the security. You don't get money for your security. You get money for your business, but security is important, right? It's very important. It's tied to it, and it looked like a mission impossible. Like, how do I fix the problem of the developers that they don't they don't care about security. They don't have a strong intent, but still, this is the only way to do it. And in the current situation, what happened, I would say in general, in application security, if we'll continue in that analogy of, medicine and vitamins, etc. So it just talk about, parents and kids. So you have a vitamin, yeah, right? You want to sell to your kids that in the end, you want to make children use the vitamin. So you make it like a teddy bear. It's sweet. They hear about it from the friends in the kindergarten, in school, etc. But in the end, the buyer, the actual ownership is the security owner, right? The parents, they care about it. Like, it's their motivation, it's their intent. The kid doesn't have any intent to take the vitamin. So this is kind of the PLG motion. But what happens today in security is that the parents go to the pharmacy, buy the vitamin, drink in itself, and then it doesn't solve the problem. So to solve that problem, you need to make sure you integrate it in the first place, where the development happened. And the challenge is to make sure that you automate whatever you can, and each one of the persona should handle what they should. For example, developer doesn't want to be a security expert.
Right.
They don't want to handle it at all. You should create a feeling like an issue that you explain why it's a bug and why it's like a logical bug and it should be fixed, already.
You explain it as quality, right? In DevSecOps, that's what developers are interested in. I've never met a developer who says, I don't want quality code. I don't develop quality. I develop Drek, but they all want quality, and that's what it is.
Yeah, as year passed by, once there was a very, you understand what is the difference between bugs, quality, and security issues. Because security issues back then, I left the port open, or something around that. But today, on everything is software, there's a blur line between quality and security. They're really tight, and
it's synonymous.
It's like a business logic issue. a business logic. It's quality or security, So there's a blur line around it. And I think that today, this is why you see also the rising of API security issues and API security vendors. And for your third part of your question regarding OWASP, so OWASP is we're very lucky to have OWASP, right? And it's a nonprofit organization. Setting up standard for the whole ecosystem. It's like the Bible of the whole ecosystem in some way. And they are working really hard. And they defined, yes, API top 10. And they did a very good job. We conducted like our own research of saying, okay, what we learned from, thousands of users, more than around 100 countries. And if our conclusion is very similar to the OWASP top 10, this is what made up, working on our own research, like we call it like Pine versus OWASP, but it's not really versus, like we in favor of OWASP. We just want to challenge OWASP, result and the way they handle API security today. So we find, few major, I would say, differences between what we found and what OWASP is doing. But I think it's a good thing that OWASP is coming and, defining a standard and making sure everyone are aware of that problem.
Well, as I said earlier, I think them coming out with it gave credence to this being a real thing, to this being a real market, to this being a real issue. Right, it made it real in a lot of people's eyes, but I'm interested in, where do you guys see the difference based upon what you see versus OWASP? Because there's room for a difference there. Where do you see the differences?
Well, in the end, we have few main differences in our result. I would say. I would say the first one and the most probably I wouldn't say major one. All of them are kind of majors. The first one is they removed, for example, the whole injection category from API. Although from our research, injection is the second most popular vulnerability we found. When I say injection, by the way, just to define it, it's code injection, remote injection, SQL injection,
sure.
No injection. It's a way someone that should not do any harm to your API and database are able to inject you code or information, and from that, do the next step of the hack, etc. So, and this is, it's like the 90s problem. You know what I'm saying? It's like old problem.
It's legacy.
It's legacy. You should have thought, like, if I'll talk to you, say like, oh, that doesn't exist anymore in the wild. But this is the most second popular. And OWASP decided to remove it because they say, no, it's already in the generic OWASP top 10. Right. With not API.
Well, they would try. So to be fair to OWASP, they were trying to make this separate than the regular OWASP.
I know, you're right. But since it's the second most, popular, and in the end, if I'm a CISO and everybody looks in OWASP like the Bible, because there's no like a second to OWASP today. There's not a second to OWASP today. So, and if I'll, create an API security problem, I might think that I don't need to take care of injection. So, and we understood here it's very popular, and this is one of the easiest thing to fix if you give it attention, in the first place. So that's first thing. Second, I think the problem with us today that it's too generic and it's not actionable. It's like too generic. Everything is like, there is like the broken umbrella. Broken authentication, broken authorization, and in each one you can get dozens
variations. But really, instead of being all these different things, it's just something's broken, and that that's and 1 of 10, not 5 of 10 or 3 of 10 or whatever. So I agree.
So here we actually split it and we said, okay, you want to build an API security problem? This is what the world suffer from. And you know, the way we conducted that research, it's actually from all the development phase part. It's not on production runtime. To be honest, 95% of the attacks, cyber attacks in the world, go under the radar. Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it. But since we're doing proactive testing, so what we see is what we get. Like what we find, it's real. So this way we could get to that conclusion. That one, injection is very important. Second, the broken umbrella. And third, we have few other findings that are here and there yet, but maybe that's not the place to go that deep technical. But I would say, if I can summarize it, I think again, OAuth is doing a great job of really creating a standard. I think they have some gaps in the API security research. We're happy to work with them on that. We're in touch with them. And in the end, our case, we wanted to, make another awareness. So API security, top 10 of OAuth is great for, education. If you want to build like a high level security program, but if you want to see like what's the reality, so we did like, find top 10 because it's really based on traffic data. By the way, OAuth, the way they did their research is not collecting data. Like they ask vendors to send data and they have like, round tables.
That's always been a weak, like a soft underbelly of it, right?
Yeah.
It's dependent on what the inputs of the data, where they're coming in from. Yeah.
But again, I want to emphasize, and I know the new OAuth chairman, who is, by the way, from Israel as well, they do a really good job.
No, look, I'm familiar with OAuth from when they launched it, when it first was founded. They've done great work. And in many ways, the whole web application space is, where would we be without them?
And volunteering also, which is very important.
All right, that's another thing. For people who didn't really make money on it. Speaker, we are running low on time. If you don't mind, I want to pivot a little bit. People who say, yes, API security is important to us. I don't love what we're doing right now. How would they interact? How do they kind of find out more about Pint? How do they maybe get a demo or a test or something, that they can get their hands on here?
I think that, most of our users today came, I would say, organic, bottom up. Because how we started, we did like integration to already testing and development popular tools, for example, Postman, Rest Assured, VS Code, etc. So we have a website, Pint.io. We have our.
Let me just. That's spelled pynt.io.
pynt. It's like a pint, like the beer, but with a Y.
Yes, I got you.
Yeah, we looked for 4 letters name. No, I'm kidding.
It's not easy. It's not easy finding 4-letter domains.
No, it's a good name. Good name.
Yeah. Is there like a free version people could use, a free trial? What?
This is how we started. This is how we got, the first thousands of users. We have like now it's called like a free tier. We have a free tier. You can use it like, forever. It's limited. It's limited by the number of API endpoints, at least to the point that this session is recorded. It's limited by number of endpoints. We have a free tier, our website, or LinkedIn. We have a community Slack channel with hundreds of people, supporting each other. So what we really did, it's kind of like the PLG bottom up to gain more traction and product maturity,
sure.
etc. But
it's a popular model, has been now for a while, of course.
Our most champions and our champions are application security, our security owners. We interact with them, we talk to them. So from our website to LinkedIn to marketplaces, you can hear about Pint, and I will leave all the details after the session for us to share.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have them in the notes here as well. Zvika, I want to thank you for coming on Techstrong TV first time, hopefully not the last. come back and visit us. Will you guys be at RSA or Black Hat or anything like that?
We'll be in RSA. Looking forward to cooperate with you as well. We'll be in RSA.
Cool.
For sure.
All right, we'll be there. Maybe we'll see you live there. We could follow up this conversation.
100%.
All right.
Thank you, Helen, for having me.
My pleasure. Zvika Schneider, CEO, co-founder of Pynt. That's pynt.io. Go check it out. With API security, AppSec is important for developers, security people. This is a big thing we talk a lot about here. Check them out on Pynt. We're going to take a break on Techstrong. We'll be back in a minute. Next up, we have another episode of DevOps Chat, and in this episode, Mitch and I discuss Solomon Hike of Docker fame's new company Dagger, and the interview that Mike Vizard did with him on modernizing DevOps pipelines. We also talk about the current state of open source in terms of a business model, growth in software supply chain attacks, the abundance of them, as well as the value of doing smaller code reviews faster. It's another great DevOps chat with Mitchell and I. Enjoy it.
Welcome to DevOps Chats, the industry-leading podcast for DevOps, digital transformation, cloud native, and cybersecurity. If it's happening on DevOps Chats.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel.
And I'm Mitchell Ashley.
And you're listening to DevOps Chats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Mitchell, we got to work on that synchronization. I don't think we'd make the Olympics synchronized swimming team with that, but
there's a little bit too much pause, but we'll get it down. We got saying, still secure after all these years and other names, but we'll get it.
I'm never quite sure what name to say, to tell you the truth.
That's
just getting old. They didn't tell you about this stuff when I was younger. Anyway. Right. So Mitchell, we're back in the swing of things here, hosting both DevOps Chats and Security Boulevard's chats, and they are available as audio and video podcast on your podcast platform of choice, as well as on Techstrong TV or .tv, I believe it's on there as well. And I'm having a lot of fun doing it, Mitch. It's easy to fall back, was it back in the saddle again?
It is, and well. First, I loved doing this with you when we started, back 15, 20 years ago. And I was listening to
every bit of 20 years ago, Mitch.
Yeah, I was trying to give us a little room there.
All right.
But I was listening to the first one that we just recorded a couple weeks ago, and just the audio. And I just had this sort of like reminiscence of like listening to us on podcasts before, just hearing our voices and instead of seeing each other and hearing voices. There's something about the richness of the voice of the person, just hearing you and not seeing you, but just hearing you. It was kind of, I don't know if I would say it's more intimate or more, connected
it's
to
warm.
it. At least maybe I'm just being nostalgic, but I really
Let me ask you, you think our voices have changed? I mean, certainly our looks have changed from 20 years ago, but I feel like my voice is similar still.
I know. Yeah, I think it is. I think mine is.
Yeah, but we've been talking all this time, so who the heck knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's great to be on, Mitch. Let's jump into, because we got a bunch of stuff to cover for DevOps Chat this week. And, as we've been doing, we've been kind of featuring what's news in DevOps, what do we think is cool, as well as some of the things we're seeing on DevOps.com. Right? Some of the hot topics, hot stories there. So a hot story that ran, by the time people listen to this, it'll be the end of this week or next week. But a hot story from this week on DevOps.com was the practicalities of open sourcing. And it was a contributed article. I'm just trying to remember. It's Ashwin Raghav Mohan Ganesh, right?
Yep.
And the gist of the article was kind of a how-to and gotchas and things to be aware of if you want to open source some software you wrote. And Mitch, every developer wants to develop. Some have visions of developing something that they sell, write once and sell millions of times and become wealthy beyond their dreams.
Mhm.
Others think of writing something and then they're going to open source it in some way, change the world.
Uh-huh.
The next Linux, the next Open Telemetry, the next what have you. But what was interesting in this article is these guys took a no holds barred approach. The grass isn't always greener.
No, and it was pretty down to earth, practical, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't visions of sugar plums dancing in your head of being the next Linus, kind of person. And they had a lot of good recommendations, and they talked about maybe it's the fear of making or faking it about, okay, do I really want to contribute to open source? People are going to find out how good a developer I am. Maybe I'm not as good as I think, and just issues like that, as well as contributing to open source projects, and
the nuts and bolts of starting an open source project, maintaining an open source project, and I hope in reading that article, people would have a newfound appreciation for maintainers of open source projects, because
it's a labor of love. It is a labor of love.
In most cases, it's not a paying position. It's a thankless job in some ways, and it's a lot of work.
All those people you're responding to about bugs in your software at work, well, guess what? Everybody across the world might be emailing you or messaging you about,
or cursing you.
Open source, right?
Yeah. You know what else, though, it made me think when I was reading that article, Mitch, something that happened in both of our careers was, you have the best of intentions. You're going to open source this software and you hope you build a community around it. And wow, eureka, you do. It's a tremendous community. And then you find people who are basically building off of your contribution, of your contributed source code to build very successful business models and companies. And you say to yourself, that's not right. They're building off of mine. I want to pull my software out of open source, right? We saw Renaud Dreisen and Ron, right, at Tenable, Ron Gula, do this. I guess had around 2005, 2006, something like that.
Yeah,
with Nessus. And they just stopped developing an open version. They still had a free version you could use, but it wasn't open anymore.
Right.
And of course, there was the fork of OpenVAS, right? If you remember, there was like a fork of Nessus. It got some momentum. We recently saw this with what's the big thing?
Red Hat and
Tofu. What's the open Tofu?
Excuse me. Yeah.
What did Tofu fork? Do you remember? Wasn't it Hashi? One of the Hashi was Terraform?
Let me look it up.
Yeah, no, it was Hashi's either Terraform, maybe one of them.
I'm trying to remember.
I was getting confused.
I don't see it right off the bat. Yeah, Open Tofu. Let's see, what was it? Oh, HashiCorp.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, it is HashiCorp. And I think wasn't it Hashi's Terraform project?
Terraform.
That was
exactly what it is. Terraform.
Because
Sorry, I just hit a blank on that.
Yeah, no, Hashi changed the licensing. And I happen to believe that the last 10 years were a golden age for open source under this foundational kind of model where you had these foundations. But I think a lot of companies who contributed with the best of intentions, open source, started to realize it's a tough business model to be uber successful in. And in many ways, maybe they wish they had done it differently. And so they're changing their model. And then, of course, this is Nessus 2006 again. You get some people in the community who go the other way and say, well, this is my prerogative in open source. I'll just fork it.
It's interesting because what I saw happen just in 2023 is really two bifurcated strategies. One is let's bring open source back and make it kind of closed source, but we'll have an open source something like it, right? Or like the Red Hats, et cetera, HashiCorp. At the other end of the spectrum, there were smaller, more startup companies who were adopting a model of, everything we do is open source. Everything we build into the software goes into the open source version, and we'll make our money by running it in a hosted version of it. And, as opposed to the support model like we did with Red Hat in the early days, this was we'll operate it and run it for you and make it easy. And that was their business model. So now there hasn't been somebody as big as Red Hat or whatever, HashiCorp, that's done that, I don't think. But it was interesting that we believe in open source. There's a community of people who, are very firm on their beliefs about it and will never use something commercial if there's an open source option available. But I think people have gotten more realistic about it. Our investors are expecting us to make more money. I'm tired of justifying why we're doing this open source version.
Right.
And I can't demonstrate how much money. Maybe they'll prove how much it was worth when they stop it, but who knows?
I mean, the underlying issue is you got to explain to your board why 97% of the people who use the software aren't paying for it.
Yeah, that's they call that theft in other organizations. Not saying it is here.
Yeah,
but that's how a business person is going to be like.
But that's that's built into the model where if you get 4% of people who pay for it, you're a success. You're a Hall of Famer in baseball if you get a base hit 3 out of 10 at bats.
Yeah, batting 200.
It's the same thing. Yeah, batting 300 is Hall of Fame material. Same thing in open source. Anyway, it's a great article. People should check it out. The next DevOps.com article has more of a security bent to it. Mentioned I was almost hesitant to put it on here and put it on Security Boulevard chats as well. But it's around a survey. A survey that was done, let me just make sure I get this right. Cyber attacks aimed at software supply chains are pervasive. And there's an article by Mike Vizard. Look, I don't think the headline is radical. I think we all kind of knew this. Software supply chain security is probably one of the hottest areas in security, and it has a particular DevOps bent because it is about attacking pipeline, right? And inherent in that CI/CD process. It just amazes me though how quickly it shot up the charts here, the Billboard Top 100, right? Where the White House is weighing in, and the federal government is weighing in, and the EU is weighing in, and DevOps companies that now call themselves DevSecOps companies, of course, are kind of really building around this, as are some of the traditional AppSec vendors, right? Vericode's all over this. Checkmarx is all over it. Software supply chain security, SBOMs, hot stuff.
It's a confluence of multiple things happening over a period of time, going back to SolarWinds, of course, but also Log4j demonstrated how pervasive. You don't have to attack your software. If I can attack something else that a wide, large number of people use, that's a great way to, compromise and get into where you shouldn't be. And it's interesting because this is sort of the layered onion problem. There's, like all security, there's sort of, I would say, the easier things to do at the edges, like let's make sure you're getting your images from a known source. You're controlling how software like images, whether it's container image or open source software, how that gets into your dev process. And there's basic things like secrets management, and making sure that's not in your code. And there's a lot of things like that you could do. But as you dig down into it, and I did a project with Red Hat last year around securing the CI/CD pipeline and getting into really taking each step of that, containerizing it, and then securing the access to that. So if someone got in the middle of your dev, all the tool chains that you're using as part of your CI/CD workflow, they couldn't break in at one point and then get compromised the whole thing. It's how do you kind of secure each chain of the link? So you can take it pretty far. And it's not super complicated, but it's more than just using good, secure images.
I don't disagree at all. It's, I think
Look, there's going to be a lot of issues that pop up around this, right? The dependency issues that you're talking about is one, and dependencies go forward and backwards too, right? So not just where I've used this software that I now have to go update, but software that was, or components that were in my software that depended on other things that got updated. I now have to make sure it updates through too. And then that doesn't even count the APIs involved and everything else.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing, and it may not be new to most of our audience, but it's certainly, look, software supply chain security.
I think every
real.
development team, and I can't say every, but most development teams have now taken this as, we have to really work on this and focus on it. We can't just let it go. Right?
Absolutely
we don't want to be the
not.
next one with the problem. So they're taking it serious, which is great. Good for them.
Well, they're going to be forced to. Next up, Mitch, I wanted to mention an interview that Mike Vizar did with Solomon Hykes, right? I think most of our audience is probably familiar with the name Solomon Hykes. Solomon, of course, was the founder, CTO of Docker Inc., and guy behind kind of the Docker container, which really, that was the birth of cloud native in many ways, right? Just a whole different way of looking at stuff. It enabled microservice-based architectures.
Enabled the cloud, really.
Kubernetes.
From virtual machines to containers to
the move from
and
infrastructure as a service to platform as a service, right?
Exactly.
So, of course, Solomon left Docker, I don't know, Mitch, years ago, or probably 3 to 5 years ago.
I remember.
And I hadn't really heard much from him recently, but I guess they must have put a little PR campaign in, because I saw it pop up on a few sites in addition to Mike's video interview, which is available on Techstrong TV. Solomon's new company is called Dagger. And, segueing off the last kind of segment we talked about software supply chain, he said, in doing their research on this, the biggest issue they were hearing from developers was the supply chain issue, right? The pipeline issue. How do I do my pipelines securely? How do I do them efficiently? As fast as possible. And so that's what Dagger's about. And, look, I'm of two minds. It's hard to catch lightning in a bottle twice. Right?
Recreating a success is no small challenge.
Yes. And Solomon certainly captured some lightning in the bottle with Docker. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen with Dagger, but he certainly seems to understand the mind of the developer or the challenges that developers face. And, I don't disagree with what he's saying, that this is a problem.
Well, it definitely is. And all the experience that comes with having done Docker and gone through the successes and the challenges that entails, hugely valuable. You and I also know it's all about timing. I mean, that's the part you don't necessarily control. It's Docker was the right thing at the right time. We didn't know we needed, but it caught fire. And, whether Dagger does that or not, we wish him the best and hope it does and does successfully. But that's the one thing I remember when I interviewed for one of the startup jobs I had, and I asked a very successful startup CEO, and he said it was timing. It really was. I mean, that went from a nice exit to an amazing exit. So, that being aside, I think the other thing about Dagger that was really interesting is kind of solving the problem or working on the problem of the complexities of a CI/CD pipeline that you're trying to deliver software or build software in multiple environments. Here's my Python environment. Here's my Node environment. Here's my software that I'm putting into a secure DoD or Fed or FIPS kind of certification. I'm testing across these different variations of configurations from old code to new code. I'm running a bespoke version of my application one time, every time for a customer. Building a pipeline to do all that. And then say, now let's add this thing we're going to do some AI. Let's add that to all 15 or 20 or 50 configurations. that's a lot of work. And I think that's part of what he's doing with Dagger is how to automate that so that you're not writing just scripts and you got to go change all that stuff by hand.
I agree. Look, like I said, I understand. I don't disagree with the problem he's uncovered here, and I hope he comes up with a great solution for it. And wish him the best. We'll keep a close eye on it. I think that's all I've got in
Did you
DevOps
want to talk about
chats
code
this week.
reviews? Was that one you wanted to hit on?
Oh
too?
yeah, there was a great little. I think it's a great article for the DevOps aficionados out there, right? The real hardcore DevOps people. And this was a little article. Mitch, why don't you want to go over it? Go ahead.
Yeah. We're talking about the benefits, the purposes of code reviews. And if our developers, of course, will know exactly what that is. That's one of the things that I enjoyed most and learned the most in leading a development team was doing code reviews. And not that I'm a better coder than anyone else on the team. I'm definitely not. They're more efficient and experienced than I am. But when you walk through the logic of something, and here's how I built it, and here's how this works, and how this function that calls that, and you see how things are put together in the software, in the architecture, and the kind of design of it. And there's review for security, and there's review for, are you doing things well in the right way and best coding practices? Those are all good. The thing I found the most valuable was, oh, you know what? We have a library that does that. So use that instead of writing your code. Or, there's a microservice that we just enhanced that, while we're all running in 50 different directions, you wouldn't have known. So there's economies that you get out of it, of learning from each other, or maybe experience levels. I've got a great, algorithm for that. I can show you. There's a really cool pattern of how to do that. That knowledge learning and knowledge sharing, I think, is one of the biggest benefits. I don't know if he exactly mentioned that in the article. His other point was keep it small, keep it simple, stupid, kind of the KISS principle, which trying to do a code review on a big application or a lot of software, you get tired. About an hour, 2 hours into this, you're ready to pack it up and okay, the rest looks good. Let's move on, folks.
Yeah.
So
and then
take
you
a
find
bit
out
of
what you
time.
left.
Take your time. You don't have to boil
Well, it
the
was,
ocean.
how do you eat the elephant one spoonful at a time?
Mhm.
And to me, so that's agile. That's part of the agile process, right? Take this in bite-sized chunks that you can digest easily, you can work on easily without burning out. And then secondly, that idea of code review with a team and building rapport and camaraderie and a common sense is key to the culture you want to foster, whether it's DevOps or Agile or ITSM even, right? Building team in your IT, building the team in your IT team is an important aspect that I think sometimes gets short shrift because we tend to focus on tools.
Absolutely. And this article didn't do that. It had a lot of recommendations, best practices, some really good thoughts. I would definitely recommend, if you're doing development, do code reviews. Check it out. It's a good article.
Absolutely.
It was titled Improving Efficiency with Smaller Code Reviews. Is the name of it.
And it's on DevOps.com. Mitch, I wanted to bring up another subject.
Okay.
We might as well announce it here because word's getting out and I don't want anyone to steal our headlines, right? So, I think we've all been hearing over the last year, DevOps is getting old, DevOps isn't cool, DevOps they're not working as well as
Still
we thought.
Relevant.
There's platform engineerings and SLOs and SREs and everything else irrelevant. And, I feel like I'm watching the cable news channels 24/7, but when you go do your fact finding, the search terms around DevOps are more popular than ever.
Absolutely.
Even at DevOps.com, which, truth be told, used to be significantly behind Security Boulevard in views, pages, and everything, has actually been growing much faster.
Yep.
And is in fact just about caught up
the data
to the
does not
Boulevard
lie.
site.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that shows to me DevOps is alive and kicking. And, I think I've mentioned it to you, Mitch. I might have mentioned it on our show or on Techstrong TV. I had a conversation around this with a lot of DevOps leaders, one of whom, Jody Banzai. Jody is, of course, was the founder of App Dynamics, CEO there. He is the CEO and founder of Harness, and the CEO and founder of Traceable.ai and Harness.io. And Jody said, DevOps isn't going anywhere. It's bigger than ever. But what we're seeing is the evolution of the next phase of DevOps, where instead of having cobbled together tools, we have coherent end-to-end platforms where the cultural arguments and benefits that DevOps brings is sort of already baked in when they're accepted. It's not like an ooh-ha eureka moment that you can have a cross-functional team that actually works together. That agile is not going anywhere in spite of what some people say.
Right.
And so in response to all this, Mitchell, right, we're DevOps.com, damn it. And,
That's
it's
Gumby,
part
damn
of,
it. Get
yeah, well, I need my cigar. But that's part of our mission, right? That's part of our mission to kind of spread the good news of DevOps. And that's what we want to do. And as part of that, I know you are the leader at Techstrong Research. You're leading a new research project. Is it DevOps Next?
DevOps Next, exactly.
And we're going to look at, what's new and coming in DevOps. What are people hearing? And so I'd like to use the podcast as a way. Number one, there's going to be a lot of surveys or some surveys coming out of this that we'd love for you to participate in. But number two, if you have the time and so inclined, if you wouldn't mind being interviewed by Mitchell and his team as to what your views and uses of DevOps are, we'd love to have that kind of data that we can pull into the report.
We would. Absolutely.
So,
it's one thing to take a survey, and we do a lot of that and collect data, and that's good for the analysis, comparative kind of things. It's another to sort of get the, feet on the street. What are people really doing? What have they learned? What are the challenges? Because you can also validate some of the data, but more importantly, you could put some real specifics around it. And I think that will be one of the most compelling things about our report. It isn't just going to be cold, hard facts, right? Those will be there and analysis of that. But let's really dig into where people are. When we say scaling DevOps is a challenge, okay, let's get into the details of why that is. And maybe some of that will appear in the report or on our podcast, and we'll share those things. So we'd love to hear from folks. If you want to reach out to me, it's just Mitchell@techstrongresearch.com. And I anticipate this is second quarter when this will come out. Was we put some more kind of meat on the bones, we'll know for sure. But we want to hear from everybody that would like to share with us.
And there's going to be a lot of ancillary activities around DevOps Next, including this whole campaign called Got DevOps. We're going to be asking people to do like 10, 12-second videos, about do they have DevOps? Do they love DevOps? Do they like DevOps, whatever, all with the hashtag Got DevOps, and maybe we'll have some cool prizes out there for people who participate.
No milk mustache, though. You don't have to have that.
No, you don't have the milk mustache. No, I mean, if you did, you might have a better shot at winning the prize.
That's
but who
true.
knows?
You would stand out from the crowd.
Yes. We're going to be doing a limited video series on Got DevOps and DevOps Next, as well as some webinars. And there'll be a lot of editorial stuff. And as I mentioned, the social media, maybe even a panel or so at the RSA conference on the security aspects of DevOps Next. So we're excited by this. As Mitchell said, if you'd like to participate, Mitchell@techstrongresearch.com. And get ready for our Got DevOps video campaign on all the usual social media, TikToks, and all of that stuff. So it should be fun.
Yeah, we have
Mitch,
a roundtable coming up. We have a roundtable coming up. I think it's the 23rd of this month. Talking why I love DevOps.
Right, and that'll be sort of a prelude to it. Yep,
So
and that's on DevOps Unbound, isn't it?
Yes, it's DevOps Unbound. Right on. It's on the 22nd at 11 o'clock. Why I Love DevOps. And some great
Love it.
folks are on that panel too.
Very cool. All right, Mitch, I don't have anything else on DevOps
Well, we do. We just don't have
for
time
today. Yeah, I think we're about out of time. We probably went overtime. Anyway, man, as usual, it's great doing another DevOps chat with you.
I love it. We're doing it in
Yep.
different cities, just like we used to.
Yeah, you bet.
The
We'll be
podcasting.
back on next week with another episode of DevOps Chat. But until then, be well. For Techstrong and DevOps.com, this is Alan Schimmel.
And Mitchell Ashley,
You just listened to another episode of
DevOps Chats.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Next up is another podcast episode. This one is from our Digital CXO podcast. And in this, we have Amanda Razzani and Mike Vizard, and they're going to talk about some recent surveys that we've had up on Digital CXO. And they, it's the areas of concerns and focus that business leaders are coming in now when it comes to innovation and digital transformation success. In this era of belt tightening and stuff, we're all looking at how to better squeeze more juice from the lemons. And here's Mike and Amanda on it.
Hello, and welcome to the third week of our new and revamped Digital CXO podcast. I'm Amanda Razzani, and I'm excited to be here today with Mike Vizard. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to be here to share some recent surveys surrounding digital transformation initiatives. And we'll start with the one from Camunda. Can you share a little bit about that one?
Yeah, it's interesting. They did a survey of, the usual several hundred folks, but it suggested that we're kind of at some sort of waymark when it comes to digital transformation. A lot of folks are clearly down the path. A lot of them are implementing process orchestration and automation. But as the CEO of Camunda put it, Jacob Frund, he said, we're kind of at the end of the beginning. And we're, to quote a Churchill reference, I think, but basically, we're making progress, but a lot of organizations are getting tripped up because of the complexity of the IT environments. The legacy systems are challenging to integrate, and that comes out loud and clear in the survey as well. I feel like a lot of organizations are also, shall we say, coming to terms with just how big a journey this really is, because we have lots of islands of automation and transformation, but nobody seems to be what they would describe doing things end to end. I'm not even sure it's feasible to do things end to end, but certainly we can do better than what we're currently doing. You've been tracking this space for a long time. Where do you feel we are in this journey? I mean, I know there's a lot of fatigue out there. So what's your sense of, are folks as enthusiastic as they once were?
Well, I think yes and no. I mean, there's some hesitation, but I think most of that comes from lack of clear vision and communication when it comes to these changes, and reducing the amount of silos between departments. So I think if there was better communication on the vision and the outcome, we'd have a lot less hesitation.
I also think how much of this is cultural versus technical issues. I wonder if a lot of it comes down to people have their fiefdoms within organizations. We've been studying, of course, organizational behavior for as long as anybody can remember. But do we underestimate how willing people are to drive change when they're not quite clear what that outcome means for them? I mean, there's a certain amount of self-interest at work here, shall we say.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of it just involves better education too when it comes to this. So making sure we have the right skill set in place, the right understanding of outcomes, and then just educating better.
Do you think that we're ahead of pace, on pace, or are we falling behind in these efforts? And I ask the question because a lot of these organizations have competitors, and a lot of times a new competitor comes along and has some sort of digital process that winds up, unseating them from their dominant position. And a lot of times they may fade into history. Other times they might be forced to buy the new rival. We've seen both things occur over time. What is your sense of where are we in terms of our pace?
Well, I think someone is always behind and someone's always ahead. And we're going in a back and forth fashion with that. I mean, this technology is ever evolving very rapidly. Everyone's trying to harness it and put initiatives into place. And I think at any given minute, there's plenty of people behind and plenty of people ahead. And that can change within the week.
All right. I do feel like we are making progress in certain areas, and I've seen some stuff on the Digital CXO site talking about automation in retail warehouses and whatnot. But even there, we're seeing some challenges with folks who are maybe not on the same page. I mean, kind of walk us through a little bit of what you guys saw in this survey.
Yeah, so that was a survey from ProGlove, and they surveyed, I believe, over 1,000 business leaders in those industries. And what they found was that there's a lot of hesitation when it comes to investment, with many of them being willing to invest, but knowing that it's going to take about 5 to 10 years to see that return on investment. So when it comes to satisfaction levels, that survey said there was still a pretty low rate of satisfaction when it comes to the automation initiatives that are in place. And a large part of that had to do with the data and better managing and harnessing that data that is being used. And so I think that they need to really focus a lot on how to manage the data, which seems to come down to, when it comes down to it, is a big issue.
I feel like almost all these issues we encounter seem to all come back to the same core problem. It's called the data. Mm-hmm. Whether it's AI or whether it's digital transformation or and even the simple stuff. I wonder, is it your sense that the way we manage data is as big a mess as it seems, because all these initiatives are held up by that one inability to streamline the management of data?
Oh, it definitely is, because anytime I'm interviewing or speaking to anyone or learning from any business leader, it always seems to come up as a big issue and concern is the data. So it's definitely a key issue. And I don't know that there's any one solution, because once you have bad data, if it's in your system, it's really hard to pinpoint. And how do you move forward with clean data and trust it? It's a very difficult issue.
I think one of the reasons that IT people like digital transformation, and by extension AI, is it gets the business to pay attention to this data management problem. I feel like they've all been out talking about this in the wilderness for decades now, and nobody really paid much attention to it, because the business side was like, well, we got a new app and we're going to plug some data into that and we hope it's consistent. And the IT side was always, well, our job is to store the data and maybe process it, but they didn't look too closely at what the data was either. So maybe we should just take a year off from all these efforts and focus on one thing, which is getting our data management house in order, because whatever we're going to do in the future seems to be all tied back to data. So I wonder, do organizations need to, take a time out and a pause?
Probably so. That's probably a great idea, because at the end of the day, it really does come down to the data. So maybe everybody should focus on a solution before moving forward with any other kind of implementation or projects.
Yeah, so maybe we need a chief data officer to kind of go in and clean house in a way that would enable the chief digital officer or anybody else for that matter to do something innovative. I just don't know, like, who owns the data in these organizations, because IT they didn't create it, so they don't really know what the value of one piece of data is versus another. And each of the business units has its own data. Often that data conflicts with some other business unit. I mean, do we create? I know we've seen some chief data officers, but frankly, there aren't that many of them out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. And not to mention that you can kind of finagle data to read how you want it to. So across different departments, they're not getting the same data outcome. So that's another issue.
All right. We're also seeing on the site, the automotive industry appears to be having its variation of this similar issue with folks are finding it hard to get their act together on building the software-defined vehicles of the future because, again, the data is a bit of a mess and all their systems and platforms are siloed. So is this another example where we have this promise of these, next great cars that are coming down the pike, but I think we're finding out that building them is a lot harder than we thought.
Yeah, most definitely. So they surveyed over 100 leaders in that industry. And one of the biggest things was that the electric vehicle makers seem to be a little bit better prepared and more aligned than the legacy auto providers. So therein lies some issues where collaboration could be helpful with the tier one suppliers and the auto manufacturers.
And I think what people underestimate is it takes about 5 years to build a car between the designing it and what eventually rolls off an assembly line. And if my systems and processes are not aligned, any kind of delay to the effort winds up in that car, either losing features for the year it's supposed to be rolled out, or in some cases, it doesn't get rolled out, and then they wind up delivering a minor quote unquote variation of the previous year's car. The entire revenue structure for these companies is wrapped around this whole process. And I wonder if they're, perhaps betting too much on something that they have not got their arms around yet. So we could see, some significant missteps among the leading automotive providers going forward. What do you think?
Absolutely. I feel the return on investment really needs to be looked at because it seems to be a competition right now. How much better they can make these vehicles, but are they listening to really the customer's needs and what the customers actually need and desire and will utilize? Or are they just trying to be innovative for the sake of being the most innovative and stand out from everyone else? So I think before racing ahead, they should really understand what the customer really needs.
Yeah, it's getting a little weird because they're turning them into, essentially large phones on wheels. And I always scratch my head and go, well, I get that you want to control my entertainment system and all that great stuff, but I already have a phone in my pocket and it will tell me where I need to go and how I'm going to get there. And by the way, I may have a streaming satellite service in the car, but half the time my wife plugs in her phone because she likes the music on her phone better than what's being streamed. So it's not clear to me that I want to have all those services from the automotive companies. I may want just a better driving experience.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes we just have way too many options and a more simpler, I wouldn't mind going back to a little bit more simpler vehicle.
I gotta say, although I am reminded of one of my favorite all-time stupid jokes, which is, which is more important, your house or your car?
That priorities, right? It depends on the person, I suppose.
The answer to the joke is it's your car because you can sleep in your car, but you can't drive your house. All right. Well, there was a big dun-ump right there. All right. So I also want to talk about another story that's sitting up on Digital CXO that's kind of different from some of the other topics that we've covered in the past. But it's a piece by John Willis, and he's talking about the rise of vector databases to process vector data that's being used to drive all kinds of new analytics apps. And a lot of that is driven by large language models and AI. And the concept of a vector has been around for, 50 years or so, but it seems like we're now really focusing on these databases as the mechanism we're going to use to leverage these large language models. And I wonder if the vector database is going to wind up being more important than the large language models and all the hype around the AI itself.
Well, I think so, because again, it all comes back to data, like we were just discussing. But most of the data out there is unstructured data. So figuring out the best way to harness the data. And what's great about vector databases is they do not have to be trained once they're entered. So it reduces a lot of time and effort and speeds up processes. So I think we will see vector databases being a solution in a lot of cases. And, whether or not more important than large language models, I'm not sure, because it probably depends on the project and the need, but it does have a lot less training involved with it than large language models.
Yeah, I feel like it's the gold rush equivalent of what we saw with the people who were selling dungarees and pickaxes made all the money, and very few of the miners actually struck gold. So the people who got rich were the people selling dungarees. I think that vector databases might be the dungarees of the AI gold rush.
Maybe so. I mean, definitely more companies and business leaders are looking to vector databases as solutions.
I'm just not entirely sure that everybody knows what a vector database is, because it's kind of been sitting on the periphery of almost an esoteric technology. And now we're seeing everybody stumble over themselves. And some people are saying you need to have a dedicated vector database, and other people are saying it's just an extension of your existing database, and it's another data type that you can just add to that. I think each individual organization will need to figure out which of those models makes the most sense for them. But I wonder if the database administrator may be cool again, because these are typically the people that understand how to manage these things.
Yeah, I think it does come down to skill set. And as you said, many of them need the education or the skill up training to really understand, and having someone dedicated towards it would be good.
So what is your sense of what ultimately is going to be the relationship between digital transformation and AI? Are these two things joined at the hip now? Is one an enabler of the other? How should we be thinking about these two things together?
Well, I think AI definitely plays a role in digital transformation. I mean, it is digital transformation. So most people in their initiatives are looking to AI, but there's a lot of digital transformation and innovation that does not require AI, that it has nothing to do with AI, but it's certainly a key concern right now amongst most business leaders.
All right. Well, we have a video interview that's up on the site that may, at the end of the day, sum all this up in a way that could be interesting to folks. But Drew Yancey, he's a CEO for Teleos Strategy. I was having a chat with him, and he said ultimately it just comes down to execution. And part of the problem, whether it's AI or digital transformation or whatever it is we overlook how much effort is required to ensure that something is executed properly. I think there's a lot of senior leaders out there who are drawing up plans and writing things down on paper, and then they're looking around for somebody to go implement that. And I think that maybe they need to get their own hands a little bit dirtier and drive these initiatives further in their organizations, because ultimately people, it's not that they're going to resist, but if they don't know what the game plan is and it wasn't their idea in the first place, they're not going to embrace it as aggressively as they might otherwise. So my question then becomes, how do we get people motivated to kind of drive something that they don't always know what the outcome's going to be.
Well, and I think that's where it's a good idea to have. I know in your interview, it was discussed about having innovation meetings or innovation departments. And so I think that would be helpful, and just communicating the overall goals and visions so everyone's on board, and then being very strategic. And, the step process, one step at a time, making sure it's achieved before moving forward, and making sure that it can be sustained is the other issue.
All right. Since I bombed on one joke, I'm going to go for a second joke, which is a reference to an interview from an old head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they were an expansion team. And somebody asked him and said, "What'd you think of your team's execution today?" And his response was, "I think it's a good idea." So hopefully that's not the outcome for digital transformation, but that's where we are at the moment, folks. It's the end of the beginning. Let's hope it all comes out right at the end.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank our audience for staying with us, and stay tuned next week to hear more about digital transformation. Thanks, Mike.
See you guys. Bye.
Next up, we have an AI leadership interview with Amanda Razzani, again from our Techstrong.ai site. And Amanda speaks with Ben DeBow, founder and CEO of Fortified, about the technology hazards found in the healthcare industry and how to handle them.
Hello, and welcome to the AI Leadership Insights series. I'm so excited to be here today with Ben DeBow. He is the founder and CEO of Fortified. I'm Amanda Razzani, and I'm excited to get started with some information first about Fortified. So what services do you provide?
Yeah, we are an organization that helps organizations around data, both managing data platforms 24/7, but also consulting and helping with analytics, AI, which is the hottest topic these days, as well as enabling people for digital transformation.
Wonderful. And I believe you're also an author. Can you share a little bit about a book you recently published?
Yeah, it's a very proud moment because over the last 20 years in technology, I've seen certain things that have been challenging the organizations around the world around technology, and wrote a book launched last year in August called End of Abundance in Tech. And it's focused on helping organizations understand how they could find efficiencies in technology to help them with digital transformation, but also keep on enabling the business to leverage technology without breaking the bank.
That is sure a key concern of business leaders these days, how to not go over budgets and be as efficient as possible with budgets and cost.
Yes.
So,
yeah. One of the things that is interesting when you think about that statement is organizations are trying to do more with technology. We're going to be talking about AI today. All these organizations are saying, how do I leverage AI? How do I leverage data more? Well, they already have 30 years of technology. So how do you do this while balancing or keeping your budget at 0% growth for next year? And that's the challenge, is how do you do more with the same or less?
So can you share a little bit more about that? Let's just talk about AI, because that seems to be the biggest topic of the year, is implementing AI technology, and it's advancing very rapidly. So can you share your thoughts on this?
So number one is everybody's trying to figure out, how do I leverage AI or better understand or at least test out AI for my business? And it's a challenging conversation for most, because most businesses do not have the skill sets, may not have the data ready, understood, classified, and ready to be able to support and feed those AI models. And or else I probably don't have the talent and skill set, because there's only around 50,000 truly classically trained people in AI. So how do I still better position my organization to take advantage of AI without having those people? And one of the things that we're telling organizations is really focus on two different aspects. One is make sure that you have a solid enterprise data strategy, because if you have a solid enterprise data strategy, you understand the data, it's clean, you could have access to it, and it's classified. Well, now you're better prepared to feed that and support your AI initiatives, because AI needs clean data to feed those models. The second piece of that strategy is leverage the other 70,000 companies' AI services that they're already investing in, and figure a niche need within your organization that you guys can leverage tomorrow to maybe solve a business problem. And what that's going to give you is it's going to validate your hypothesis on what works and what doesn't work. And then you're going to get some business value out of it a lot more quickly than you investing in a large AI initiative, unless you're one of those big companies that has millions and millions of dollars to spend.
So let's backtrack a little to, you were bringing up data, and I know that's another big issue of the day, is how to best harness the data and utilize the data. A big one is collecting it in real time, and then how do you take that data and analyze it properly in moving forward? So can you share a little bit about that, and from your experience, where is the roadblock for most companies as far as data?
The challenge is, just like us as humans, we're sort of data hoarders as organizations. So organizations have 10, 20, or 30 years of legacy applications that all have data. And a lot of those applications were not designed to, I call it, life cycle data out. A lot of those applications also have the data in their own database or file system, et cetera. So when you look at an organization, one of the biggest challenges for organizations is how to create that enterprise data strategy so that I can access all the relevant data, and also find the valuable data that's very important to me. But because there's so many silos and so much data, it's very hard for organizations to understand and answer those simple, what we think are simple questions. So that's one of the biggest challenges, is just understanding, what do you have? What is of value to you? And where is that at?
So it comes down in part to just better communication and breaking down those barriers.
Yeah. So when you think about these organizations, communication is something very important that you just said is, if I need data, a lot of times I'll request it and then I go create my own copy. And then I start to develop and I call it model off of that. Well, then another part of the organization is doing the same thing with not necessarily the same analytics, but leveraging data. Now I have 3 silos of data that is really all the same data. And that's creating those complexities. But if I start to communicate and then also have that better data strategy, I could logically grant access. Therefore, I have one copy of data and everybody's using it through their own vision or view, what we might call a semantic model, to do their business functions.
So let's talk about the companies who are really behind, especially, we see a lot of this in the healthcare industry, companies running really old technology. So what's the first step if they try to implement newer technologies? What is the first step? And then what tips do you have for them throughout the process to make sure it's a smooth process and the end goal is the result they want to achieve?
One of the challenging challenges in healthcare industry is there is a lot of regulation there for a reason, because there's also a lot of bad actors out there. So I think when you think about the regulation, it helps and it hurts. It helps in the sense of it is protecting the data, but it also hurts us in a sense of there's a lot more security restrictions around it. There's a lot more policies and procedures around it. So what we just talked about, sharing of data, right? Easily accessing the data. Those are the challenges that organizations have to work around and design into their models on how do we share data with an organization where there is patient safety and PII data that is in there that we still need to honor. So if I'm going to create this big data warehouse or data lake, what data do I need to de-anonymize or anonymize? And what data do I need to not have over there to better protect those patients or the medical records, et cetera? So what we want to be able to do is still create that data strategy and understand what type of data do I have? What are the business questions that we're trying to answer? And it's about communicating and just applying the technology and providing and creating that solution for them to be able to answer those questions.
Sometimes times I feel like, from my experience, a lot of times the healthcare professionals, they claim they're digitally transforming their processes. And really, it seems to me like all they have done is digitize their processes, because I'll fill out all this information over and over again on a tablet. And you would think it's just as if I was filling it out on paper, but I'm filling it out on a tablet. So you've digitally transformed? No.
Yes. Yeah. What you think about, you walk in a doctor's office and they still give you the piece of paper with the clipboard and pen, and you're asked to fill this out or sign those waivers, those NDAs, that I'm not liable for anything forms. What do you notice about those forms? They're scanned for, they're scanned the 5,000th time, right? So then they're going to go digitize it. So a lot of this is these systems aren't talking to each other. The integrations aren't there. And that's sort of what you're seeing. So you're seeing the digitization of the data, but you're not seeing the integration of the data or the systems. And that's why I can't, and I have to recreate that data entry each time, as you're seeing, whether or not you go into the ER or your general practitioner, or maybe you go into a specialist. I'm recreating that data on the admittance or the taken.
So, we've talked about AI, and I know the healthcare industry is trying to advance and evolve and be innovative and digitally transform. So when you look at how fast some of these technologies are advancing, where do you see the future of healthcare in, say, maybe a year from now?
I see a lot of great things around what AI and some of these other technologies can do. When you think about the CAT scans and the digital imageries or digital images that these organizations have, the AI technologies can read those with remarkable accuracy, right? And where that is really helping with patient safety, reducing the time to an accurate, not prescription, but I forget the word. You could probably fill it in for me. Diagnosis, right? That's really enabling those organizations. And I think as you start to see one problem solved, people are going to start to apply that to that area that's one removed, to then go and apply AI to those other areas, or technology to those other areas. Remote doctor and screening is another area. I'm wearing an Oura ring right now. So I think a lot of these other devices that are capturing this data are really enabling doctors and nurses and other practitioners to have access to data they've never had before as well. So I think these wearables is another area that are enabling these medical professionals to really take advantage of how healthy is Amanda? How has she been over the last week? Because when you go into that doctor, they're going to ask you a whole bunch of questions. What about if you could show them sort of how healthy you have been through some of your device data that you approve that they see?
Wonderful. Well, if there's one key takeaway you can share with our audience today, what would that be?
I think lean into AI, understand that it's not going to take over the world. We still have our cell phone calls dropped. We still have a lot of other challenges with just pure technology, mute on WebEx, et cetera. But we do want to leverage it. And the one thing that I want to emphasize, especially around the medical community, is this. There's an amazing number of diseases and other things that we can solve leveraging technology, but how do we share data across organizations and enterprises where we can truly help people and not just make another dollar? So that my ask is, or for organizations to be able to share in the appropriate, secure, private way so that we can leverage technology to solve the next disease.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ben, for coming on our show and sharing your insights with us today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
In this next segment, we're going back to Predict from mid-January, just a couple months ago, for a session that I thought was really good with Chris Wyde. Chris is the SVP of Engineering and Data Science at Lonely Planet. And in this session, Chris explores how to get started on your AI transformation journey. How to select the right tools, what are the use cases, how to create a psychological safety within your organization so they don't freak out. It's a great session from Chris. Check it out.
Hello, everybody. This is Chris Wyde coming to you live from New York City. If you are here to hear about leading through change, how to adopt AI in your organization, then you are in the right place. To get started, just a little bit about myself. I lead engineering and data science at Lonely Planet and The Points Guy, focused on all things travel, rewards, redemptions, and really how to get those travel experiences that are all aspirational for the lowest possible cost. Some work that we've been doing around AI has really been focused on leveraging generative AI both to basically extract from our Lonely Planet guidebooks and build itineraries and other custom content assets, making our content work harder for us. And also on the Points Guy side, we've built within our mobile app the ability, a chat experience powered by OpenAI, to help people understand when points versus cash redemptions, or which option is better, as well as what next best card may be for your wallet. So super excited to talk to you about the experiences that we've had as a team, some things that we've learned, and ultimately helping you get ready to get started on your AI journey and or reset the journey that you're already on. First, though, I wanted to talk a little bit about the current outlook and really why this is applicable. I don't want to rehash 2023, but I think there are some important level setting components to the current outlook around AI and generative AI that make this a really applicable topic for Predict 2024. First of all, 77% of companies are already investing in the use of AI. 35% of those companies polled are actually already integrating AI into their production systems. Current research shows that generative AI has the power to contribute up to $15 billion to the global economy by 2030. And all of us want to figure out how we're able to take a piece of that pie for our respective companies. Every industry from healthcare to travel will be impacted by this technology. The main focus of 2024 will really be how can organizations customize user experiences, creating a slicker funnel for transactional outcomes with the customer while really bringing to the table a higher degree of value exchange. Currently, issues are resolved 37% faster and 14% more efficiently when resolved by AI versus a human actor. So in all the research, most companies are already going after this. Massive economic impacts, and definitely some early use case implementations that show the real power of this technology and what it can do. Why does it matter for you? Why does it matter for your business? Reskilling now will help you ensure you future-proof your workforce, your respective teams as AI takes over lower cognitive tasks. Companies that ignore AI are at risk of being disrupted across any industry. There were companies in the 90s, in the dot-com boom, that nobody believed would ever be able to fail, but they chose not to continue to innovate, not to continue to do the right level of R&D, or they felt like their piece of the pie that they had carved out for themselves was theirs in perpetuity. I'm thinking the Motorola's, the Research in Motions, etc. Of the world. Faster data retrieval and decision-making will lead to a higher pace of play and innovation and ultimately delivery. Fail fast, deploy more experiments, and ultimately, when you are deploying more of those experiments and placing more of those bets, you're more likely to win. Inaction has historically led to the demise of many companies when new technologies emerge. I gave a few examples, but this is why it matters right now. So, if you're one of those individuals that's been looking at this over the course of 2023 and as a technology leader, and you're saying, this isn't going to impact our business, we're highly regulated, I don't need to worry about that. The fact is, you should be worrying about it. You should be thinking about how and where to apply this new technology within your respective organizations. So how to get started? I think how not to get started is to go out and just start leveraging this technology in an unstructured, sort of unthoughtful way. Just going out and starting to play with it or unleashing it to your teams or setting a mandate to say AI at all costs. When I think about my experiences across 3 major companies, helping to support cloud migrations, it often starts as a technology project and really, a singular executive or senior leader kind of catalog, really going out and pushing for sort of cloud at all cost, right? And in some cases, I've heard many people talk about, they're getting AI at all cost. If we look back at those cloud migrations, we often just, many of them were lift and shift and really didn't yield the value. And in some cases actually created more expense for the company that was adopting it. And AI is no different. It is absolutely a game-changing technology. But before you just apply it, you need to assess the current state. There's really 3 elements of the current state that I think are so important to understand. First of all, are your people ready for the change? That's 2-faceted, both from a skill sets perspective, but also just from a mindset towards AI, right? There's a level of psychological safety that needs to be in place for individuals within your respective organizations to understand that this new technology is not being brought in with the intention of taking their jobs. Lower cognitive tasks being performed by AI, yes, but there need to be people who manage the AI systems, the underlying infrastructure, the prompt catalogs around prompt engineering, right? There are new roles, just like with the adoption of cloud. There were new roles that emerged out of that trend, out of that new technology that enterprises began to implement. So that being said, it's mindset and skills. Secondly, how does data and technology stack up in your company's top priorities? Not every company looks at itself as a technology company. And I would even argue not every company fully values technology and the role that they play in the organization. So are your executives and your senior leadership, are they bought in terms of continuing to invest in technology, data, and AI? And if some of the interest in AI is coming from that group of individuals at your respective company, do they have a full understanding of the wherewithal it takes to actually bring AI in at scale in a safe and compliant way? And are they willing to sort of underwrite that investment? And how have they treated other technology investment historically can help to inform that element of the current state. Lastly, probably the most important, what is the state of your data and data engineering function? Do you have structured data? Do you know where all of your data lives? Is it being maintained? Do you have the right subject matter experts on the data that can help influence and guide as you begin to build systems around it? And do you have the right maturity levels and clear ownership and responsibility of data stewardship and governance within your organization, or not? If the answer is not, then you should probably consider enabling some of the core tenets of a good data science and data engineering organization to make sure that you are starting from a place of good with regard to the foundational data that you're going to leverage for any use cases that you'll be applying AI to in your organization. So are your people ready? Is leadership bought in? And what is the state of your current data capability and the data itself? Once you understand those 3 things, and you are still feeling as though, okay, passing grade across sort of these pillars of readiness around the current state, the next thing you need to do is find your champion. That champion may very well be those of you out there today curious about how to get started with AI in your organization. But often an evangelist needs to find a champion that's in a more senior role. I think a couple of things that I think about when I'm trying to identify champions from respective businesses that I'm working with to implement new technologies like AI. First of all, the champion's probably going to be the most critical part of the transformation around this new technology. Secondly, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So you really need to find somebody with an authentic interest in this technology, with influence in the organization, some degree of technical acumen, and a broad insight of the organization. The TLDR and all of this, finding your champion, incredibly important with regard to the early days of your transformation. That is going to be the individual that helps you get the right audience with the right key decision makers, helps steer you through navigate you through the different situations that you're going to have to encounter with engaging with your CFO and figuring out how are we going to budget for this, getting the right team members and potentially hiring some of the right team members and ultimately justifying the investment. This person is going to be absolutely key, and it's not always clear who this individual is. So really important as you're putting your transformation roadmap together to really figure out who is the right person to champion this initiative within your organization. It's not always a technology leader. It's not always a CTO or CIO. And certainly needs to be somebody who is bought into both technology and its impact to the business, but also bought into the generally interested in AI. Next up, you've got your champion. Current state is a check. You feel good about where you're at. You want to identify your first use case. A lot of companies that I talk to actually skip those first two steps, go right to identifying a use case. They've usually already, by the way, picked the technology that they think they want to use as their air quotes AI tool for their respective company. And they've made some of these other decisions, and then they start to think about what are the actual business problems that we're trying to solve. Are we trying to solve, and who is our customer? Is our customer a direct-to-consumer customer out in the wild? Is it an internal customer? Maybe we're trying to build something for HR or finance. I've seen it time and time again where technology is selected, then based on the limitations of that technology, we determine what problem it is we want to solve. We're really identifying your use case should be an early phase before we picked up any technology or started training or working with any models. You need to understand what is the first use case that we're going to sort of identify within our company, show value, and move on from there. So knowing your use case before you select a model or partner is paramount. Not all models are created equally. And I'll get into that in a little bit later. Next, your use case should be specific, a business problem that needs to be solving. I want to call out that it usually just making up a problem doesn't suffice. It really hits and is much punchier if you are able to identify, this report takes a really long time to generate, or in my case at Lonely Planet, we have 50 years worth of guidebooks with just rich content from local experts that we could make that content work so much harder for us, by leveraging AI to reimagine the different content assets that could be shaped into. Your use case should be quantifiable, preferably based on revenue. Money talks. And this gets into don't make up a problem. Don't go find something that is an easy solve with generative AI or machine learning. Take a real business problem that is manifested, that you understand who the stakeholders are, and bring that in and really work back from that. Pressure test your use case with stakeholders. Make sure it matters to the organization, right? So if you're trying to keep yourself accountable to make sure, hey, this is the problem I want to go solve with this new technology, to really be the bedrock on which our transformation and its influence is built upon, you need to make sure that the stakeholders are bought in. So identifying your first use case, extremely important. It's going to dictate so many other parts of adopting AI in your organization. Next up, I like to talk a lot about your AI transformation should be a whole company transformation. I think most companies got this wrong when we adopted cloud for the first time. Cloud often was a technology project, usually started within one department in technology, and eventually sort of caught fire from there. But what wasn't happening is the privacy people weren't included, the finance people weren't included, and you get into the 11th hour after millions of dollars are invested, and your finance team realizes that you are now, all of your infrastructure costs are on the OpEx line item and not on the CapEx line item. By leaving different disciplines of your organization out of the mix, you're putting your adoption of AI and the transformation that it can bring to your organization. You're bringing more risk into the equation. What I recommend here is create an AI work group. This is what we've done. 2 reasons. It creates just the needed transparency across all disciplines within your organization. For example, on Lonely Planet, we created an AI work group that was representative of our content teams, operations, data privacy, technology, and data engineering, for example. And because we had really every facet of the company represented in the work group, every team was really able to participate, add value, represent their challenges and where they thought AI could help them. And it really helped us validate our use cases, and in fact, brought a lot of use cases to bear that we actually didn't have in our first go around with defining that. So cross-functional group of people should represent as much of your company as possible. And they should be sort of the team that is evangelizing, providing transparent progress into what are the use cases? What are we experimenting with? What tools are we using? How can that be helpful? What ideas do the rest of the company have can really be centralized and funneled through this work group, represented and really assessed for merit and prioritized. Transparency is the key to all of this, right? I mean, so many team members, going back to my comment earlier on psychological safety, when you aren't transparent with what you're trying, why you're trying it, and how you're going about it, that begins to foster fear. And, quite frankly, a cross-functional approach will just ensure you have more evangelists across more of your company representing the impact AI can have within your team. It also makes sure you don't have any blinders on. It makes sure you're not missing anything or missing a use case that could actually be 10x the value of the use case that you're sort of currently working through. So cross-company representation in the AI work group, incredibly important. One place for new ideas around how AI can change different parts of your business by centralizing all of that and creating sort of a group of accountable people to lead the transformation forward. You're helping ensure its success. Also known as a whole company approach to transformation. All right, I said this earlier when we were talking about use cases. I promised a little bit about tool selection. This is probably what I get asked about the most. Chris, I know you've been working with AI and machine learning for a while, doing a lot of research on it. Help me understand what tools would be good for me in my role, or what should I be advocating for at my company? When we talk about tools, there's a few things I want to say in terms of implementing AI at your company. First of all, not all models are created equally. I'll get into that in a minute. Platform versus AI as a service. What this means is, are you looking to build a platform that is enterprise grade, that will allow your team members to continue to add new models, new tools, new use cases to your capability sets, whilst keeping all of your data, all of your PI, everything within your VPC, your virtual private cloud, or within your ring-fenced ecosystem? Or are you looking for simply I want AI as a service. I want to be able to go out to a chat bot and ask it some questions. I want to be able to call an API and really just get that data back from that API and then sort of leverage it in some downstream processing in whatever way I need to. Are you building for a long game or just a proof of concept? That matters. Some examples of this: Bedrock, Hugging Face are great examples of platforms. Hugging Face is, I would argue, the leading platform for open source model development and deployment. And then, of course, Amazon's new Bedrock product that really allows you to work within your VPC. You can leverage different models like Cohere, Anthropic's Claude models, Stability AI's models, etc., or you can directly call different model providers like Anthropic or OpenAI as part of your solution. So it's really dependent on how highly regulated are you? Do you want to make sure you have consistency? Are you a large company where you really want to establish that platform from the get-go? So adopting something like a Bedrock or a Hugging Face would make the most sense because you can govern and apply a certain degree of consistency, where you're looking just to build AI into an existing platform or service that you have via an API call. What you need specifically on the foundational models that you choose, now getting back to my first point, it depends on your use case. And the beauty of it is you can have use cases that use 3, 4, 5 different models for different elements of them. For example, if you're trying to produce new content, you can produce that new content with a language model, and then you can, let's just say using GPT-4 Turbo, then you can use Stable Diffusion to generate some accompanying images to go along with that content. Again, you can bring those two different types of foundational models together to drive an outcome. So if you need images, that's certain models specialize in images, translations. Sometimes you need to provide massive amounts of context. For example, if you want, an entire book to be consumed, you're going to need a larger context window for your large language model. Those are getting bigger and bigger right now. Claude 2.1 has the leading context window at 200,000 tokens. Other things that matter in terms of your foundational model selection, accuracy, right? Certain models are trained on, different models have different parameters, and different models have different sort of training data that they have been trained on. And depending on the model is the sort of completeness or recency of some of that data. Safety, also very important. For example, Anthropic, really their constitutional AI approach is sort of a leading product with regard to safe AI. And then, of course, data security, right? It comes back to, do you want your data leaving your ring-fenced environment or your infrastructure, for example, as part of the ultimate sort of end product that you're building with AI? These are incredibly important things to know as you're picking the tools, because they all have different approaches to this. Resiliency, do you want to be reliant on a single API or a single model, or do you want to have optionality? That matters. If you want optionality and you don't want to be reliant on an API, for example, you're going to want to look to some of these platforms and just giving yourself a lot of, ability to pivot from model to model. And in some cases, even, from a business continuity perspective, maybe you want to have the ability to sort of run certain processes with both Cohere and Claude, for example. Do you want your data to be used to train models? Really important. I want to talk about this for a minute because there's clear action you need to take if you've got content on the web and you don't want it used scraped to train most large language models, and certainly happy offline to share some content on what you need to do to prevent that. But it is an opt-out situation, not an opt-in. And then, if you're all right with your data being used to train models, then you don't really need to think too much about this. But depending on the model, the mode in which you're interacting with it, if you're putting data into free ChatGPT, for example, it is training the model. So just be aware. There are certainly patterns and enterprise editions of many of these models that you can implement and pay for that allow you to opt out of a variety of different security and data privacy components, including the training of models with any of your respective data. And again, I'm going to say it was in the current state assessment. What tools you bring in, you need to do another inventory of your data engineering organization, what their skill sets are, what their limitations are. If you have a very mature team in this space, Hugging Face and their selection of open source models, for example, which I'll get to the open source, closed source conversation in a bit, are great options. So lastly on this, I'll say tools will vary based on your people and your use case. So as part of your AI work group, it's very important once you've selected your use case to really dig in to that. Quickly on partners, there are many of them. Partners can be your cloud providers like AWS, Microsoft, GCP, OpenAI. It could be SaaS tool providers that are integrating AI into their tools. I think different partners are all at different phases. It depends on the problem you're trying to solve, the maturity of your organization, and ultimately the solution that you're trying to build. And are you building a POC? Are you trying to build a long-term platform? These are all things that play into what partner you go with. An important thing here, though, two call outs. One is everybody is saying they're integrating AI into their solution. Make sure you understand the what and the how behind that. It's not always valuable for you to pay a premium for an AI component in somebody else's solution when you could build it yourself. So make sure you understand exactly how they're doing that as they're marketing that to you. And a good partner will bring resources. This is new to everybody. So don't be afraid to ask for help. I think you'd be surprised what a lot of these large companies, the programs that they have to offer to help with organizations who are trying to get off the ground with AI. Should you train models? Should you not train models? Honestly, the answer is almost always to begin with, you don't want to train your own model. It's costly. It requires a lot of precision, a lot of processing power from a compute point of view, a lot of resources. I will say with the emergence of smaller open source models on Hugging Face, like a Mistral 7B, for example, it certainly is getting to a point where some of those, if high precision based purely on your content matters, the barrier to entry on this is getting lower and lower as days and weeks go by. So again, it comes down to the problem you're trying to solve in your specific use case, but don't jump out of the gate wanting to train a model on your stuff. Think about Bloomberg, who is, their Bloomberg custom model is now being outperformed by a number of much smaller open source models, and they spent millions to do that. So food for thought. Open source versus closed source. Another really important question. Open source, some of the positives there, you're able to work directly back to, every bit of code and what data was used to train the model. Closed source, much less visibility. Open source is obviously just like open source software. You're kind of free to use it in different ecosystems under the open source license, whereas closed source, you'll be under terms and conditions of that company, like an Anthropic, Google, or OpenAI, respectively. The decision depends on your use case and your company's current state. As I had said a few minutes ago, if you've got a really mature data science and data engineering organization, open source absolutely can be an area where you could dabble and consider. It's got some commercial benefit and certainly a transparency benefit. If you're looking for, maybe you don't have some of those things, or you're looking for a faster time to market, these closed source models, a lot of the work, a lot of the research has already been done for you by these organizations. That's why you're paying a premium for it. The good news is, if you build your systems right, you should have, and you're really looking at this from a platform perspective, you should have the ability to interchange and exchange models that are in use for your platform or your product as you're developing it, as you're maturing it. Because again, these things are all moving at such a clip that you want to make sure you don't get any single model lock-in as well. So it's a good point to really make that part of your non-functional requirements. This is just a cut of data. It's probably now outdated. The whole goal of this is just to show you not all models are created equal. The amount of parameters that all these models are trained upon are massively different. What you need is based on your use case. If you need highly accurate, sort of generalist data, you want to go after some of the larger models. And so, definitely take some time to do the research on this, because bigger isn't always better. Sometimes smaller and super precise or super customized will be better for the outcome that you're trying to achieve. Data and privacy, the big thing that I want to call out here, back to my whole company approach, commentary. It's really important to bring your data, your security, and your privacy teams along with you on this journey. You do not want to surprise them in the 11th hour when you're trying to roll a new product powered by AI or integrated with AI out into production and only have your value realization delayed further because of issues that arise as a result of needing to implement additional controls. Once you've validated your whole company approach, testing into it, the earlier you can identify issues, the easier it will be to correct the issue. Make sure that you're sharing progress transparently and really anchoring in those hard KPIs. How are we impacting revenue? Are we making people's jobs easier? Work-life balance better? Is engagement improving? Are we getting more done? Are we bringing in more revenue? Create advocacy and conviction through a scorecard, right? So you want to agree on your KPIs, track the scorecard, and deliver on results. And that's really what this is all about. So just in wrapping this up, I want to say I covered a lot of content. That was on purpose. I wanted to show all of the different things that should be thought about really before we start getting hands on keyboard with implementing a solution. Once you have a well-defined total cost of ownership, you can really get down to those KPIs. It should be focused on making people's lives better, driving revenue, increasing organizational efficiency, and then establishing that ownership within your organization, and creating a culture of ongoing inquiry, testing, and transparency around AI in your organization. But again, it's all around anchoring those early days use cases on business problems that can have the most impact to your organization, and then working through a lot of sequenced questions to ask yourself: what tools, open source, closed source, current state assessment, use case identification, and who the team is that's going to be responsible. So I want to thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it. If you want to stay in touch, I would love that. Here's my email and LinkedIn. I think it's on the Techstrong website as well. Thank you for sitting through the talk. Appreciate you and have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times.
Next up, we have two View with Vizard interviews, as usual. First up is Mike speaking with Sean Rosemarin. Sean's VP of Research and Development for Custom Engineering at Pure Storage, and they're going to dive into why operating systems still matter, even though our processor architectures continue to advance.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Sean Rosemarin, who's Vice President of Research and Development for Customer Engineering for Pure Storage. And we're talking about how, well, platforms are going to evolve and as operating systems and software changes, and it's all going to kind of revolve around flash storage. And we're going to explore what the downstream implications of that are. Sean, welcome to the show.
Thanks very much, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here.
Bring us up to speed about what's been going on at the operating system level, because not everybody tracks it, and there's been advances on the infrastructure level, and it feels like a primordial soup of things are coming together, but what's going to be the outcome?
Yeah, Mike, it's interesting. I mean, I don't want to age myself here, but I'd say this is the fourth major innovation that we're witnessing and we're on the cusp of. As we all enter this AI era, and with that, a whole bunch of data implications and power implications and other things. But I mean, it always helps to take a little bit of a trip down memory lane. And I felt it would make for a good discussion today to talk about, what have we learned from some of these other eras, and where have operating systems and platforms almost become the single largest enabler? So I wanted to touch on some of that today.
All right. Well, bring us up to speed. I mean, without necessarily going through 20 years of history, but what exactly are we on the cusp of? Because I think a lot of folks are kind of like, they have a sense of change, but they can't quite put their finger on it.
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting time. I mean, let me kind of help you understand how we can connect the dots here a little bit. So yes, without going into a whole rehash of history, if we think about what happened early on in my career in the PC era, right, the era of personal computing, or microcomputer if you prefer, we tend to give a lot of credence to things like Microsoft and even Apple's OS back at the time, and that graphical user interface was so crucial for us to be able to really all bring computing to our fingertips. What we forget to think about, though, was ultimately, if we think about what Intel was able to engineer around the CPU and the specific platform and operating system that they developed, was the critical enabler to actually allowing this very rich operating system to function on a relatively low power and at the time, relatively low cost device. So I really want to touch on this standardized computing platform, right? And Intel was the first example in the PC era. And then I really want to touch on, then what happened as we got into this cloud era, and what did the cloud providers do in terms of platform and operating system to once again drive efficiency? Most recently, we've seen NVIDIA with GPUs and their CUDA operating system or CUDA platform, really enabling, us to take advantage of these graphical processing units. And then really tie that into the future of Flash. I mean, there's no doubt we're seeing disk more and more often being replaced by Flash. It's already happened on the consumer side. It's now happening on the enterprise side. And once again, we have a strong proposition and belief that the operating system and platform that governs that Flash will be crucial for efficiency and effectiveness as it's adopted worldwide.
Is this changing the way we build software? Because we have a lot of different operating system platforms, to your point, and they're becoming a little more specialized. So what is that layer of abstraction that gets presented to software engineers to go build something that weaves all this together?
Yeah, so Mike, what it comes down to is it's really the availability, or said another way, the consumerization of software. So as we've seen over the last few decades, software has gotten easier and easier to develop. And a lot of the simplicity of that development has been because the underlying hardware, the area that's always been very complex to link into, that sort of abstraction layer of how do I talk to and optimize the underlying hardware has been optimized over time. Right, the example I gave you on the Intel side, you could imagine for a moment if Microsoft had been forced to talk to each of the individual components of the PC, if Microsoft had been forced to say, okay, what commands within the operating system are we physically going to send down to the CPU? And then how are we going to optimize that central processing unit so that the user experience is as positive as possible? Well, the good news is they didn't have to do that. Right? Intel delivered instruction sets. These instruction sets became the de facto standard for software development. And anyone who wanted to run to an Intel-based PC at that time, it was much simpler for them to write to these instruction sets and minimize their complexity of writing to the absolute underlying hardware. And the same things tie to the cloud, and the same things tie to NVIDIA with CUDA. This has really, really accelerated our ability to drive software, especially when you compare it to, 50 plus years ago, where we were talking about software developers having to worry about what memory registers they were physically running to and accessing and how they were going to move that data across each of those components.
Is that same concept now playing out in the realm of storage, to your earlier point around Flash, or is it becoming more standardized? And what does that look like?
Yeah, it is. So obviously the big change in storage is, as I discussed, the shift from spinning disk to Flash. And I would say it's one of the most understated and maybe even underappreciated innovations over the last decade or two. But the fact is, we've all taken it for granted, right? Our cars now run on Flash. Our appliances run on Flash. Our PCs at home, in case most of them run on Flash. Our smartphones and our iPads and whatever else we use all run on Flash. But the enterprise data center has been a little slow to adopt that trend, right? They have stayed on spinning disk for a long period of time. And now with this explosion of data that we're seeing, largely fueled by modern analytics and now AI and ML, is forcing customers to really rethink, does it still make sense to stay on disk? And with that, as I look to Flash, how important is this underlying platform on which I'm addressing that Flash? And where is it going to open up opportunities for me to look at energy efficiency, to look at cost efficiency, operational efficiency? And that's really the thesis that we're after today.
Is this kind of part of the ongoing trend where we've always seen capabilities that exist in software slowly but surely migrate down to the operating system, and often they get embedded down into the instruction set of the processors, and that kind of drives innovation? So are we kind of seeing that curve today, and what kinds of innovations should we expect as a result?
Yeah, that's a good question, Mike. So look, I think it was Alan Kay who said that anyone or any company who's serious about developing software develops their own hardware. And, if I draw some parallels here, if we just look at cloud for a moment, right? We saw the cloud and the public cloud originally emerge as, it was just commodity hardware. It was buy it for as cheap as you could get it, whether it be compute, networking, storage, and the software was built on top of it. But as you saw the second phase of cloud kind of emerge, where it became less about can you do it and can you deliver it, and more about what cost can you deliver it to me at, and what kind of efficiency can you drive. You've now seen the hyperscalers more and more be building proprietary hardware designs. In some cases, their own hardware. In other cases, they're using readily available hardware, but the way that they're integrating it, the way that they're standing it up is very tightly coupled with the automation and orchestration that they've built, right? You look at something like on the Google side, what they did with Borg. You look today with AWS in terms of how I would say tightly integrated and tightly coupled the infrastructure is to their operating environment. That's what drives ultimate efficiency. And, even as we look forward to AI and ML, everybody loves to talk about NVIDIA and the GPUs, but the real secret sauce on the NVIDIA side is CUDA. It is ultimately the compiler that, if I kind of simplified for everyone, you've sent this training instruction out to a computing environment. And, ultimately the CPU needs to go then take a bunch of instructions and send it to the GPU. Well, NVIDIA made that really, really simple, because what they said was, tell us what you want to do. We will then take that instruction and we will, through our own operating system and operating environment, we will then go parse out all of that workload, all of those work packages to the individual GPUs. We'll manage the communication between all those GPUs. And once we get to our result, we'll then bring that back to the CPU. And ultimately, that has made AI much more consumable and much more accessible to not just the hyperscalers, but to the much smaller environments, people who might have just a few GPUs. And, when we look at that extending forward, we see this move from disk to flash, granting extreme advantages in efficiency, in reliability, in operating, overhead. And we think that this underlying platform will be very, very important in terms of how do we optimize flash? How do we really get the maximum output from what's becoming bigger and bigger drives, what's becoming bigger and bigger environments, and how do we scale that over time?
We hear a lot about the coming of AI chips. So how will that play out in your mind as part of this curve that we're looking at? Do we need some sort of operating system for those as well? And what might that look like?
Yeah. So remember, ultimately what we've done is we've gone from a old school architecture of CPU only, central processing unit. And the way I would describe that is it's a general purpose processing unit designed originally for general purpose computing. And it does a lot of things well. And what's really happened in AI is we've brought these GPUs, or these graphical processing units, originally intended, by the way, to allow us to accelerate things like gameplay in, very rich media games, and then used even in the area of Bitcoin mining to help do proof of work. And then as AI really came on, it became very, very efficient to say, hey, while a CPU could do these things, a GPU is much more effective. And, the amount of density and the amount of processing that I can get within one of these GPUs is significantly more effective and efficient than that of a standalone CPU. So to your point, yes, the key to NVIDIA's growth here is not just their ability to develop a very fast and capable GPU, but their ability to develop it alongside an operating environment in CUDA. And for CUDA to be able to specifically simplify the or disaggregate the workload from CPU having to worry about what it's going to tell the GPUs to do, to essentially telling CUDA, this is what I need done, and CUDA going and doing all that work on the back end. It's made the development time much, much faster. It's also made the simplicity for an average AI developer, the kind of cycle time to bring that to market much, much faster.
How do I weave all these things together if I have an operating environment for storage, one for GPUs, one for CPUs, and maybe one for AI chips, who knows? How does that become something that doesn't overwhelm the developer?
Yeah, so you got to think about it. Developer is leveraging operating systems and instruction sets to talk to hardware. So I'll just get to what I talked about earlier. In the old days of software development, the individual developer needed to know how to talk to each individual component, right? It was physically moving memory across individual registers. We think about old languages like PL1, PL2, etc., or assembler, right? In these days, essentially, the developer is saying, I am going to ask this particular sub-component, sub-operating system, sub-platform to go and complete this task, and it will do it in the way that it's been programmed to do it, and it will bring that result back to me. And yes, to your point, there are several different interface points, but each of these interfaces across the stack become tool sets, become toolkits, or even SDKs in a lot of cases, software development kits that developers use as they're developing these applications to access the ultimate functionality of each of those components.
How do we avoid getting locked into different platforms, therefore, if we're writing to these combined software hardware stacks?
Yeah, that's a great question. So look, I mean, I think it was said a decade ago by a couple of CEOs in the Fortune 500 that the question is not if you lock in, but where you lock in. I mean, ultimately, you want to harness this capability. You want to harness this time to market. You want to harness this ease of use, this simplicity, this cost advantage. And so the question is, if we talk about things like Intel, at the original times, if you were going to use Intel instruction sets, you were limited or locked in to use Intel chips. Of course, that changed over time, right? We saw the PC revolution change dramatically. We saw a lot of these instruction sets become more ubiquitous, usable by a wider audience. Today, if you look at the cloud, I mean, ultimately, if you're going to start building scripts and automation and orchestration in a lot of cloud environments and you want the quickest time to market, those are going to be more difficult to transport, more difficult to move, more difficult to migrate. Possible, but you're going to have to break them down and rebuild them. If we look at the AI market with CUDA, I mean, there's no doubt there's a huge advantage there, but it is a open question. Like if I, at some point down the road, want to go and use other party's GPUs, and I'm using CUDA as a way to offload my GPU capabilities, then what is going to be the ability for another GPU provider to either be compatible with CUDA or translate from CUDA to whatever my particular operating environment is? Those questions have yet to be answered. From a storage perspective, I can tell you it's a little simpler. I mean, ultimately, when we're talking to flash and when we're talking to flash storage, there's ultimately, at this point, there are two players in this market. There are traditional SSD or solid state drive manufacturers who have retrofitted traditional hard drive software to talk to their drives, and they use something called a flash transfer layer to move from disk to flash. And then there are companies who've built their own operating system for flash, their ability to, on an end-to-end basis, actually follow the life of an I/O from the controller all the way down to the flash. From pure standpoint, we believe that represents a tremendous advantage.
We have seen system-on-a-chip architectures where different processors are kind of melded together, for lack of a better phrase. Do we need additional advances in compilers as we go forward to kind of harness all this stuff? Because it feels like the platforms themselves, the underlying hardware is becoming more diverse within the context of an operating system. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. A compiler is a great way to look at it. In many ways, CUDA would call themselves a compiler. And I think you're right. I mean, if these systems on a chip prove themselves to be more efficient and more capable than general purpose hardware, then with it will become the prevalence of their underlying compilers and their underlying instruction sets. And to a developer, that will mean yet another toolbox that you will leverage when you want to talk to those specific devices.
So in the age of AI, do you think it will become simpler to build applications, or is it going to become more challenging because we have more options that we're trying to weave together anyway? And, it's all about the optimizations of particular chips and architectures and software.
That is such an interesting question. So, it's a tale of two particular scenarios. There is no doubt in my mind that the early movers for AI have the potential to create the next trillion-dollar company, whether they be existing businesses or figments in someone's imagination going into their, early P0, P1 or early funding rounds. However, those that venture early are dealing with a very complex stack, right? If you look at what you need to write to today and the wide variety of tools that you are integrating to deliver that, it is complex. Coupled with We've obviously got major supply chain challenges in acquiring GPUs. At this point, it's kind of a single source environment. And you've also got a lot of testing, and I would say, almost seeding to do across the business to see which of these ideas actually stick, which ones of them are not just cool, but which ones actually represent tangible value that can be measured at the end of the cycle. So you move fast, you get to market first, and you get that wonderful, marquee position as being a leader in that industry. Conversely, for those that are sitting back and waiting, it will get simpler. The stack will simplify. The amount of platforms, the amount of integrated offerings, the amount of SDKs, the amount of potential learning libraries you can leverage, and research that's been pre-trained, amount of that be available, it will make it much less expensive for you to enter those markets. However, what you'll sacrifice is your time to market. And so those are the decisions our customers are thinking about right now.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it here. There's an old joke about how you can always tell the pioneers by the arrows in their back, but at the same time, if you're so far behind, you won't be able to catch up because you'll never find where the wagons went in the first place. So there you have it. Hey, Sean, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, and back to you guys in the studio.
In this next View with Vizard, Mike sits down with Accelerant CEO Andy Hilliard. And Andy's going to explain why offshoring of software development requires an open mind after publishing a Sonija book that advises IT and business leaders on how to master the nuances of outsourcing when teams are distributed across multiple geographies. It's a good interview. Check it out.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Andy Hilliard, who's CEO for Accelerants, and we're talking about how much software development is being outsourced and how much of that is a good thing, a bad thing. Does it drive innovation faster? Does it slow people down? The debate and the opinions are all over the spectrum, so let's dive in. Andy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. Happy to be here.
People have been outsourcing software development for ages. So the question is are we seeing more of that? And if so, what drives that? And what are some of the things that maybe are gotchas that people might want to be looking out for?
Oh boy, that's a multi-edged question. First and foremost, maybe we should all take a pledge to just stop using the word outsourcing because, if you want to build wicker chairs for pennies on the dollar, then, you can outsource it to China with some requirements and get it back. Maybe good, maybe not. Depends on if you're Costco or if you're someone else who can, force quality. But, outsourcing and software development or product development don't really go together. We want to use the word offshoring more because offshoring is more just a tactic and not necessarily a binary or transactional, effect between two parties. Now, when you're offshoring, you certainly might be using partners, which is a relationship, a contractual relationship, or you might be, finding talent and using a PEO to contract with them. So, it's really important for us to sort of understand what kind of relationships and what kind of models tend to drive more value and what kind of sort of thinking and models and approaches will basically lead to a series of catastrophes. And, the industry has changed quite a bit too. So, we could talk about, what's different about it now and versus then and what you need to do now versus then in order to have a chance of success.
What is the quality of the offshoring experience these days? Because clearly STEM skills are everywhere and a lot of countries have invested in this capability. So are we seeing that pay off in terms of the skills that we're seeing for software development around the world?
I'm in the offshoring industry, so I don't want to paint this as don't offshore. It's getting worse and it's really bad because it's opportunistic. Honestly, if you were to look at across small, medium, and large scale enterprises, or let's just take out large scale, because large scale have their own models. They're working with tier one service providers. They have thousands of people. It's sort of co-located, co-managed. They have people in different countries. It's a whole different animal. But for the other 97% of companies that are considering the benefits of offshoring because they could find talent at much more cost-effective means. Talent is hard to come by. It's hard to retain. Most clients aren't in the industry of producing software or products. They're focused on whatever they're focused on, and there's other people out there that have better models or better skill sets. So there's a number of reasons to offshore, but the environment is a lot different now. Take, for example, pre-COVID, my company vets scorecards and certifies software development groups around the world. In fact, we were tracking and scoring 8,000 software development organizations that were somewhere between like 75 engineers and 1,000 engineers. That was the universe of software development organizations pre-COVID. Now it's around 28,000. And how did it grow from 8,000 to 28,000 just because of COVID? Well, it's because COVID, blew up the co-location model of outsourcing. People didn't commute into an office and have this sort of culture, and they're 5 days a week, and we're trained there, we're taught English there, coded together next to each other. Now it's like everyone's working everywhere, so there's really no barriers to just flipping on a switch and starting a dev shop somewhere. You can virtually do it overnight. You can scrape someone else's website. You can throw up a website, say like we do everything, and we have lots of people, but we have no one. It's like, how do you have lots of people and no one? It's whatever you want. What do you mean it's whatever I want? It's what do you do well? We do everything well. How do you do everything well? Because we can find the talent out there, living at home and stuff. I mean, it's like, if that's not scary enough to think that I don't trust you, and, development is an art, a collaborative art, which starts with, team building and trust and radical candor and all that sort of thing. And if people are saying like, you've only been in existence for a couple of weeks, yet you supposedly have 500 people, but you don't have 500, but you can get 500 because they're out there, and you're saying you have, it's like, it's insane. It is insane out there. And what's really driving it is, AI and the ease of starting up a dev shop. It doesn't require capital costs. Platforms like TopTal and all these platforms that allow you to find developers easily, and then these PEO firms that allow you to contract with these developers. And you've just been given the keys to a flaming dumpster fire, because now you feel like you can do it yourself and find the talent. And all of a sudden, all these promises that you've been given turn into just, smoke and mirror. So if that doesn't scare you, I don't know what does.
So how do I navigate all that for something that might feel like a better outcome? Because it seems like there's a lot of options. And are there best practices? How do I get to this, hopefully nirvana, but not wind up in the dumpster?
It can be nirvana, but there are so many ways. There are so many like attractive ways and tools and methods that have been given to people to get into more of a mess. Just like you're being given the ways to make it as bad as possible. And how you navigate that is you have to change your mindset. As I said before, software development is not transactional or binary. You're not making wicker chairs in China. You are actually collaborating, integrating, embedding people together, which requires a whole different mindset on how you outsource. You have to outsource not with a transactional mentality in mind, but you have to outsource with an integration embedded ecosystem development mentality, meaning I'm going to create a globally distributed software and product development ecosystem that is agile in nature, where people treat each other as equals, regardless of whether you're an actual contractor or a full-time employee or whatever variation, and no matter where you sit or how you sit, it's about forming teams that have a culture and an ecosystem that has a culture that has a degree of appreciation, understanding of one another for each individual's role and for their cultural backgrounds and how they communicate with one another, because different cultures communicate very differently. You need to have interpretation of that. And, you know, the adage of you have to go slow to go fast cannot apply more, you know, applicably here in this scenario, because people say like, no, I want to get bodies doing things as quickly as possible and as cheaply as possible. I'm like, you are just setting the stage up of paying for bodies to do things over a period of time, and you're going to reach the end of that time, and it's going to be a bunch of spaghetti, and it's going to be slightly on fire. And your solution to that is it must be the vendor or the resource, and I'll just switch them out. And you're going to continue to do the wrong things with another partner or another resource. I mean, so don't do that. Go slow to go fast, create a culture, travel, appreciate, other individuals, put the right body in the right seat, and create a whole team mentality around, we're in this together. Actually, that's, yeah.
Did we learn anything in the COVID era about how to manage this? Because we had so many people working from home, so they were more distributed, and they may have all been in the same region, but some people moved to other parts of the country, and the other folks got hired when they were clearly on the other side of the country. And effectively, a lot of what we're talking about is just applying that at a different level of scale with people around the world. So, are we getting better at this?
Yes, we're getting better at this because we're continuing to do the wrong things over and over again. And, getting better, isn't overnight. It takes time. It takes years. It takes best practices. It takes, the value of a skinned knee, and how many times are you going to skin your knee? It's a book I read when my kid was in high school, and it's like, don't be too hard on your kids because they're going to skin their knee more than once, and it's going to traumatize people. But it adds to the knowledge base of people, and then they eventually adopt. We're evolving. It just doesn't happen overnight. So you see every day, Mike, companies that are everyone's remote. Okay, everyone's back 5 days a week. Okay, everyone's back 4 days a week. Okay, everyone's back 1 day a week. Now, everyone's back 5 days a week. It's there's, and as people change, and not invented here philosophy, people come and it's frustrating because it's not as consistently applied, and there's not a direction that seems to be a one size fits all direction for every company. All I'm stressing here is 8,000 dev shops to 27,000 dev shops, a lot of smoke and mirrors. It sounds like outsourcing or offshoring is not a good thing to do, but actually, if you approach it with a holistic team orientation, ecosystem and culture, and with your service provider, if you approach it with a servant leadership mentality, meaning like, what is motivating you, service provider? What is motivating your people in order to get the best out of you and them? How can I help you to help me? And if Americans just are typically not wired for that type of approach to relationships. It's what's in it for me? How much does it cost? Here's your requirements. I'm like, get out of the software engineering, because your whole mentality is so transactional. That's because I want something clean and simple. It's like, yeah, but this isn't a clean and simple thing. This is getting teams to collaborate and to produce the most value together and to work for one another, have each other's backs.
Is this somewhat related to the fact that we seem to think of software development as a factory activity when it's more creative than it is factory, and therefore we need to figure out how to create a highly distributed team of creative individuals?
I didn't feed you that, but you capsulized it amazingly well. I mean, our approach when we're helping clients find the right partners that, sort of match on certain obvious levels, like, what technology does the partner always focus on? What technology do you need? What application are you trying to build? What does the client need? What vertical expertise do you need? And make sure that those are legitimate, credible fits and not just smoke and mirrors and promises. Then comes the hard work of the client. Before you engage in a contract, you travel overseas. You spend some time there. You have the mentality that when you go overseas to meet your team, 50% of the time is spent, working with your team. 50% of the time is just is fulfilling wanderlust and learning about the culture. Just wandering around and getting an appreciation, so you have more to share with your teams over there, whether it's in Colombia or Ukraine or India or Bangladesh. You demonstrate physically, tangibly to your people that you care about them. You're willing to go visit them. You care about their culture. That means a lot to people, that you're not just treating them transactionally. I mean, Americans have a bad rap, and what we're doing, like you said, Mike, is this is creating software is an art. It's a people skill. It's a collaboration skill. It's really the epitome of team dynamics. And this is not a manufacturing plant.
And you may find people who speak English in these various countries, but just because they speak your language doesn't mean that they have your culture, and you need to kind of figure that out. Seems to me, English in the Philippines is different than it is in India, and it's different than it is in Canada, or pick any other country you want. So,
but the learning curve, the learning curve that you have when you visit, you interact, you talk to people on a personal level is so fast, but people don't even go to that. They ask a direct question, they want a direct answer, and they keep on doing that, and they're not learning how to interpret correctly, right?
So how do you think AI is going to impact all of this? Because in one level, we can increase productivity, but are we in danger of taking away the personalization factor that we just described that's kind of critical to the success of the project?
I mean, AI is going to have a tremendous impact. It's going to make people think about the 80-20 effect. What is 20% that is so humanistic in terms of experience and creativity and interpretation, and versus things that can be sort of commoditized and replicated through AI. And not until you reach sentient capabilities from AI, let's not even go there. But AI is going to significantly modify the world of offshoring. It opens up a world of opportunity for developers to acquire new skill sets and to compete on a whole different level than they ever have before. They've, in the past, they've been treated as little widgets that can, produce something for cheaper. And now they have a chance to redefine, the entire way they add value to companies. You still need teams to sit in certain seats in the product development, function, and to contribute. Each one of them is just going to be more powerful with AI.
Yeah, I'm asking the question because it seems like to me, a lot of the lower level stuff that we once, did shipped overseas to somebody will be automated. But collectively, we're going to need to operate together at a higher level because we're going to maybe focus more on writing business logic together or higher value deliverables than, here's, I need 50 scripts by Tuesday. So, so will this kind of force everybody to, for lack of a better phrase, up their game?
Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, we're all trying to up our games, and everyone wants to occupy a higher level of value add, and then force humanity to find ways to deliver the lower level, commoditized activities at a more efficient manner. This is all great. I mean, it still requires a collaboration of teammates to coordinate, to approach things differently, to put things together. You know, companies are still going to retain they're still going to want to segment their specific IP and their focus, and they're going to want to offshore or outsource, whether locally or internationally, you know, things that they aren't as good at as someone else. A smart company needs to do that in order to remain competitive, because their competitors are going to do that.
So, Andy, you have a book out called Synergia, a blueprint for building effective, globally distributed teams in the new era of software development. That's quite the mouthful, but, you know, what's the gist of that? Because, you know, I'm familiar with Pangea, but what's a Synergia?
Yeah, so Synergia comes from the combination of words synergy and Pangea. Pangea being a time in the world when the continents were one. If you think of John Lennon's, you know, Imagine a World Without Borders. Of course, there were no humans back then, but if you can imagine a world with no borders, and where the synergy comes in is, you know, people from around this world working together as one, as teammates in a very artistically team-oriented sport like software and product development, where you're trying to create these fully integrated, cohesive, cross-functional, you know, outcome-driven results in an agile organization with people that aren't designated as us versus them, or vendor versus client, or, you know, Indians versus Colombians versus, you know, Hondurans and Americans, but you're creating ecosystems. I mean, that's really where the world has come dramatically over the last couple of years. We've been forced that way by being distributed ourselves domestically, and we're distributed globally. So think of it as a Pangea. And that's, you know, it's a whole different world out there today. It's the way offshoring and outsourcing works. There's a whole new set of rules in order to make it successful.
Well, folks, you heard it here. I think it's fair to say that the AI and the machines are going to make the world a smaller place. And as that occurs, we're all going to have to figure out how to work a little more closely together, because, well, you're going to be right next to somebody who's halfway around the world, and they're just going to be instantly available, and they may be your next best friend. You may know them better than you know the guy down the street. Hey, Andy.
I'll leave you again. I'll say, and that is why you need to double or triple down, especially today with so much smoke and mirrors and chaos and commoditization of outsourcing. That's why a smart company will spend the time and effort to create a culture, an ecosystem with your partners, with your developers overseas or wherever they happen to be, that is stronger, because the bonds of human relationships are going to, you know, unlock a lot more value than trying to be more transactional and more hands-off. If you want to compete, if you want to keep the best talent, if you want to get the most out of them and reduce turnover and you know, have people more fulfilled professionally, you got to go slow to go fast. You got to spend the time to you know, build these teams, these relationships. People crave connection, you know, and the people that are just trying to separate things more into, like, you know, robotic units, they think they're being smart, but they're actually being really foolish.
Well, there you go. Hey, my friend, from your proverbial lips to God's ears, and we'll see how it all turns out. Thanks for being on the show.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
All right, and back to you guys in the studio.
I'm Bonnie Schneider, sustainability contributor to the Techstrong Group. I'm excited to introduce you to a groundbreaking new initiative from Techstrong Research, the Sustainability Pulse Meter. The Pulse Meter offers valuable insights into how environmental responsibility factors into tech purchasing decisions for key players in the industry. Position your company as a leader in the industry and differentiate from your competitors with the Sustainability Pulse Meter, offered exclusively from Techstrong Research.
Next up, well, there is no next up. That's the show for today, folks. I hope you enjoy Techstrong TV for Thursday. Remember, tomorrow we'll be doing a best of, and we'll be back Monday with fresh content. I am in Paris for KubeCon next week, so I'll be broadcasting live there all week, as will Mike Vizard and Mitchell Ashley with me. Amanda Razzani, Sharon Florentine, and the rest of the Techstrong gang will be holding down the fort. So we'll have plenty of good, fresh content for you. Do join us on Techstrong TV, though, live from KubeCon.